control the language, shape the mind, dictate the culture, keep the masses blind. The party's hand, it moves unseen, altering words, reshaping the scene. They twist the truth, they bend the light, crafting their narrative out of sight. Every term they redefine to serve their purpose, to toe their line. Everything means capitalism in their parallel tongue, it's their prism, whispered in socialist code. The truth obscured, the meanings erode. From bourgeoisie to equity, saying their language weaves a twisted game. Each word a tool, each phrase a ploy to cloak the truth in their employ. Bourgeoisie oppressors they claim, equity's their utopia's name. Whiteness, racism, systemic fly, all roads lead back to their abolition fight. Fascism dubbed as free market stream, abolishing individual liberties, their scheme. Normativity, patriarchy's grip, all intertwined, their narrative flip. Everything means capitalism in their parallel tongue, it's their prism, whispered in socialist code. The truth obscured, the meanings erode. From bourgeoisie to equity, saying their language weaves a twisted game. Each word a tool, each phrase a ploy to cloak the truth in their employ. Queer and trans, they declare the war on capitalism's norm they're restore. Gender binary, the nuclear family's whole. Their destruction is the goal. Imperialism, colonization's reign, decolonization to break the chain. The police, enforcers, their name, guardians of capital, their claim. Their language shapes, their rhetoric binds, to break the cycle, to free our minds. For in their words, their hidden game, capitalism's grip, they aim to tame. Everything means capitalism in their parallel tongue, it's their prism, whispered in socialist code. The truth obscured, the meanings erode. From bourgeoisie to equity, saying their language weaves a twisted game. Each word a tool, each phrase a ploy to cloak the truth in their employ. Control the language, control the crowd, but in our hearts the truth is loud. Their words may twist, their meanings bend, but in the end our voices ascend.
Now, you guys didn't think I would be hungover, did you? You didn't think I would be hungover, did ya? You didn't think. Hey, hang on to that, Azur. Hang on to that. Hang on to that for a second. Hang on. By the way, can everyone thank Azurwing for the shit show that was last night's stream? Because let's be honest, like I got lots of super chats last night, and I thank everyone for contributing. But we can all agree that it was really Azurwing's fault. It was his fault. He started it. And he was very nice and sent me a DM on Discord. I just barely saw it, so I wasn't ignoring you. I literally just saw it. And he is saying he's not going to prop everyone up tonight, but he is starting us off with our first super chat of the night for $5. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many. And guys, I have a little surprise for you guys tonight. I have a little surprise because I was like, you know what? It's the last night of the DNC. We won't be doing this for 4 more years. And so I was like, how can I top last night? How can I top last night? Well, first of all, I feel okay. I drank a lot of water last night. I ate Chinese food during the stream and after the stream. I got some rest. I was dragging a little bit when I woke up. Victor was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so." But the show must go on. And I've been prepping all day for this. And I was like, you know what? We've got to top last night because we've got to go out with a bang. We covered the entire RNC. Now we're on the last day of the DNC. This isn't going to happen for 4 more years. And so I have a special surprise for tonight. All right. Is everyone ready? I have procured a bunch of Shipyard Pumpkinhead. Now, this might not seem exciting. This is a mass-produced pumpkin beer. It's a very good mass-produced pumpkin beer. But one of the reasons I got Shipyard Pumpkinhead for tonight was because, like, the first beer that Azurwang made me chug yesterday by giving me $300 right off the bat was Sam Adams pumpkin beer. And I was like, I wanted to enjoy that pumpkin beer. And so now I have a whole evening of pumpkin beer. And we've got mass genocide in. Topic Carlin Party Pants. Poutine. Yeah, poutine is amazing. You know what? Victor asked me to get him McDonald's right before this stream when I was out shopping for beer, and so I had McDonald's too, and McDonald's was pretty great too. I'm just saying, I don't get to eat McDonald's a lot, but when I do eat McDonald's, I enjoy it quite a bit. But like, that's not all. So here's the deal, guys, and we'll probably repeat this a couple more times as we get into our coverage of the DNC for today. Here is the deal. I am going to give tonight up to 5 super chat goals, for which if you meet that super chat goal, I will not only chug a beer in your honor, but the great thing about Shipyard Pumpkinhead is if you mix Shipyard Pumpkinhead with a shot of vanilla vodka, it's really, 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 really good. Okay, so a little pro tip. You can also, there is actually a special little cinnamon like blend that you can make a rim with. This is a whole cocktail. All right, so here's what we're gonna do tonight for our super chat goals, which are gonna be $300, $500, $800, $1,000, $1,200. For each of those goals, if we hit them, you get a beer with a shot of vanilla vodka in it. And, we're going to see how much you guys want me to drink. We're going to see how drunk you want me to get. Because there is the potential, and I'm not making this up. People think I'm an alcoholic because I drink beer on stream. I don't normally drink that much. I really don't. And I definitely don't know. I have not done this cocktail. The last time I had this little cocktail was probably, I know exactly when it was. It was in 2015. It was 9 years ago. And the reason I know that is because I went to a bar after I ran the 2015 Boston Marathon. And this is what I was drinking at the time. And so that's part of how I know this, but it's been a long ass time. It has been a long ass time since we've done this, and it could potentially be a scary night. Orthodox Boomer Grandma says, I need your emotional support as I volunteer at my 4-year-old grandson's pre-K at the public elementary school here in formerly Unwoke Tuvalu County, CA. Thanks to you guys. I'm going to do it. You can do it, Grandma, and we will support you. And guess what? You're going to get to hang out with your grandson, and that's going to be reward enough. But then you're going to be able to get us insight into what is going on in the classroom, and that's going to be pretty great too. And this is California, so you got to watch out for him, Grandma. This is going to be great all around. He's got someone to take care of him, look after him, make sure he doesn't turn into a girl. You know, he's got to stay a boy. Don't even let him think that he's a girl. Don't even let him entertain the idea. And we believe in you, and we will be your support. You can count on us, all right? Mark, I'm feeling okay. I could potentially be feeling a lot worse by the end of this stream, I'll tell you that. So that is the deal, guys. We are streaming our last night of the Democratic National Convention. It looks like they have already started the stream. They're just doing their little introduction. They're doing their introduction here for us. And we'll be tuning into that in a second. I do just want to remind everyone that you know, we still have some sales going on in the Unwoke Art Store. So in addition to super chatting into the stream tonight, we will be here all night. Listen, this is going to be a big night. Kamala Harris is going to be accepting the Democratic nomination for president. There's some sort of big mystery guest. So there's like, people are saying it could be Beyonce. People are saying it could be Taylor Swift. It could be both. But there is some sort of, first of all, they haven't even really announced a speaker schedule for tonight. But the beer count is wrong. Thank you. I forgot to change the beer count. I forgot. Okay, we're going back. 0 beer count. So there's a whole bunch of people that are going to be speaking. I don't really think any of them are that exciting, but there are going to be special guests. And that, I think, is what we're really going to be looking out for tonight. And there's going to be massive conservatives meltdowns. Actually, before we even get into the merch, check this out. This should actually terrify everyone. All right? This should terrify everyone. The second night of the DNC drew an impressive 20.6 million viewers, thanks to star-studded lineup including Oprah and Obama. Well, Oprah was last night. Obama was on the second night. In contrast, the RNC's second night only gathered 14.8 million viewers. The DNC is outperforming the RNC by 39%. That should terrify everyone. Maybe it will be The Rock. Maybe The Rock will make an appearance tonight as well. Anyway, guys, before we go into our live coverage of the DNC, look at what we got here. Let's see. We've got Elizabeth Warren tonight, Mark Kelly, Gretchen Whitmer, Adam Kinzinger. Maybe Adam Kinzinger will cry. They've got a whole gun section tonight. They've got a "We'll Take Your Gun" section tonight. And like I said, they haven't really announced that many speakers for tonight. So I think we're going to get some big surprise guests. As a reminder, guys, in addition to sending me money to entice me to drink beer and vodka combined into one every time we hit a super chat goal. In addition to doing that, this is a great time to pick up some sweet, sweet swag in the Unwoke Art merch store. I have launched not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 8 new designs just in honor of the DNC. Of course, they're not celebrating the Democrats. They're giving the middle finger to the Democrats. We've got our socialism skull design. All of these designs come in multiple different colors, so you'll be able to find a color that you like. We've got our socialists always lie design with a nice little dystopian reality, kind of inspired by Banksy a little bit. I just thought it looked real cool. We've got our Andy Warhol whiteness meets capitalism tomato soup can. Of course, that looks good on every single color because it's pop art, and that's what pop art does. We've also, just because I made it by accident and I thought it looked cool, this Marilyn Monroe whiteness means capitalism propaganda poster. Little one for the ladies. We've got this equity means Marxism design. Looks like a screen print on all sorts of different colors. Looks pretty rad. Also teaching people about the socialist dictionary. Also, and no, they haven't announced Jeffrey Marsh yet. But speaking of Jeffrey Marsh, men are not women. I never thought I would have to make a shirt that said something so effing obvious, and yet here we are. Men are not women. You can pick that up. Also, gender is binary. There are men and there are women, and that's it. There are only 2 genders. Fun fact, in the state of California, it can be considered harassment in public school to say there are only 2 genders, which is why we need to remind everyone that gender is not, in fact, queer. Those are our 8 new designs in the Unwoke Art Store. They come on t-shirts, but if you click view all on the main page, you're going to get to buy prints. You can get them in hoodies with the design on the back and a zipper in the front. You can get them on sweatshirts without a hood. That's actually what I'm wearing right now, is the sweatshirt for a different design I have. You can get them on pint glasses. You can get them on mugs. And you can get them on normal hoodies with the hood in the front and the design. All of that is available in the Unwoke Art Store. And as a reminder, during the DNC, it is 10% off of each of the new designs. But if you spend $100 or more on anything in the store, anything, doesn't have to be this, could be anything, you're going to get 25% off your entire order. And I'll tell you what, so a lot of people have been saving a lot of money this week. I'll tell you what, people are stocking up on glasses and mugs and things for gifts, and you can save a lot of money. So get your DNC merch specials. These specials are going to be available until Sunday in the Unwoke Art Store. That is unwokeart.com. And of course, all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing. And I really, 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 really appreciate it. Oh no, the Southern accent's already coming out again. Oh no, it was out yesterday too. I think I might have a little bit more of a Southern drawl this time. I'm not even drunk yet. Who knows what could happen tonight if we meet those super chat goals? Who knows? Can everyone make sure you mount the like button for me? We will be tuning in to Mr. Nick Fuentes later when he goes live, which will bring the trolls, the people who don't want me to watch Nick Fuentes. I can't imagine why. Can't imagine why. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and pour my first beer of the night. And if we hit that super chat goal, I will add some vanilla vodka to it. And we're going to have a grand old time. Everyone, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend my stream to more people. And then we can bring more people in. And the more people that come in, the less money you all have to spend in super chats to get me really, really drunk and make it really, really entertaining for everyone. Or maybe you don't want, I don't know. Does it, like, I don't know. I think you guys want me to be drunk. I think this is a good incentive. I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's tune in. Let's see what's going on.
Was being molested by her father.
This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself. There's something going on.
I said to
Look
her,
at that
as soon as
hair.
she told me, well, you have to come stay with us.
As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point of my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor.
Really? Don
was to
Lemon
protect
believes that
people like
W is
her.
going to make an appearance?
And
I
on
doubt
her
that.
first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years. And created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug offenders that became a national model.
About, yeah, you did commit a crime, accept it, own up to it, and then let's talk about what we can do to change the circumstances going forward.
Lowering recidivism rates for nonviolent offenders from 54% to 10%, giving people the training they needed to find a job after their sentence.
I remember being so struck by having a district attorney who cared both about justice, about safety and accountability, but figuring out how to stop that crime from happening again.
Then why did she keep people in jail
As
longer than their
California's
sentence?
Attorney General, she targeted transnational gangs and drug cartels, seized 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine, went after drug traffickers and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure crisis threatens to freeze up.
She took on the nation's 5 largest mortgage banks that were stealing from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get them out of foreclosure.
She played hardball and delivered a landmark $20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016, the people of California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C. In the Senate, she earned a reputation for taking on the tough fights on the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees.
Kamala hit the ground running. She came in with confidence. She was always respectful, but she would not let a witness off easily.
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
And if an argument didn't hold water, she could spot that flaw and get at it.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president,
I wanted someone who was strong and who was ready to be president on day one.
as vice president, she worked to cap insulin costs.
Is this
for
Morgan
seniors at
Freeman, or is it someone that sounds like
replace
Morgan
lead
Freeman? Because it
pipes
doesn't
and
really.
provide clean water for communities, and she helped create 16
I'm not convinced this
million
is Morgan
jobs.
Freeman. I think
The
this is just
Biden-Harris
someone that sounds
bipartisan
like Morgan
infrastructure
Freeman.
bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the future looks like under a president, Kamala Harris.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence that has devastated our nation.
I don't think it's Morgan
How many
Freeman.
of you guys, as college students, had to have a drill during high school or middle school or elementary school where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of your school? Look at that. Look at that.
And she did more than talk the talk. She walked the walk, helping pass the first bipartisan legislation in 30 years to curb gun violence.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business.
She has traveled the world to strengthen our national security and restore our global leadership, meeting with more than 150 heads of state. She stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies and stood up to dictators, helping to unite NATO behind Ukraine.
Idea for another
and
stream,
impose
socialist
punishing
analysis. I've
costs
thought about
on
doing that, Azerwing. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
She's led the fight for
Thank you
reproductive
again.
freedom.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
The first vice president to visit an abortion clinic, she built a nationwide grassroots movement to ensure that access to abortion, IVF, and birth control will always be protected. In the halls of power, she's a tough prosecutor, an effective policymaker, a powerful leader. And at home, she's the center of her family.
I'm not giving up.
She's the best godmother, auntie. She's honest, she's loving, incredibly reliable. She's one of the most loyal people you'll ever meet.
That is why I believe she is so prepared
Oh,
to
yeah?
be our next president. This love she has for her family, being there for all
Oh,
of
you
us.
mean
That's how
watch socialist
she will lead
analysis
this
of the
country,
DNC?
being
Oh,
there
we
for-
should
for
definitely do
everyone.
that. Oh, you're right. That's okay. I thought you meant like me
She's a
looking at it from
proud
the
graduate
perspective of social.
of Harvard
That's
University.
a good idea.
Her campaign is a force of nature, generating the excitement we've all been yearning for.
A campaign of joy, of love, of care.
I am so fundamentally
Maybe we'll do
inspired.
that tomorrow.
Kamala Harris will be our next president because there's too much on the line to stay on the sidelines.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you for bringing back the joy.
Kamala brought
Sometimes
back the
people
joy,
will
y'all.
open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. We are not going back.
She's a protector, a strong voice for common sense, a leader for tomorrow, committed to healing our country, dedicated to doing the hard work to make us stronger.
I now declare you spouses for life.
Someone who truly understands the struggles of everyday Americans, forged by the challenges of the past, ready for any challenge that may arise. Now is the time, America. The joy is back, the pride is back, the hope is back. She's doing the work. She's fighting for us. She's the new way forward, our way forward. She is the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wow.
Wow, guys.
Bienvenidos todos
Wow.
to the final
Yeah,
night
I think
of the
it's
Democratic
Beyonce
National
performing tonight
Convention.
because Beyonce
We
let her use
have
her music.
so much in store for all of you tonight, including a special rendition of our national anthem by our favorite country music rabble-rousers, the Chicks.
The Dixie Chicks, y'all.
And I just want to say,
The
this
Chicks.
week, our energy,
What a stupid
hope,
name.
and joy have inspired the nation. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been a small man, speaking in small venues, talking about small ideas.
What?
Our ideas, our vision
Small
for America
venues?
brings us together.
Who's talking about crowd
Our
sizes
vision
now?
for America embraces every community and everyone. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are working hard because they know our country is great. They know that we can build a future for all of us, and they're earning our votes by laying out a plan that puts the American dream not just within reach, but so we can fully grasp it. By making sure going to the grocery store doesn't break the bank, that we have control over our bodies, that our kids like my own kids, Christian and Eloisa, have opportunities to lead healthy and happy lives. We'll get to know Kamala a little more, and I promise you, you will not only be more inspired, but also ready to fight for a new way forward. And to keep us pumped for this journey, Chicago's very own DJ Metro. Over to you.
Chicago, how's everybody feeling out there today? Welcome to night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I know you all are having so much fun out there. Is that correct? Well, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to make sure that the fun continues right here, right now, the only way that I know how. The Chicago way, baby. Y'all ready? Let's go. Thank you.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that
Are we
shot
dancing now?
girl,
Look at that guy in that bow tie. Look at that gay kid in that bow tie. Yeah, definitely gay. Everyone's trying so hard to dance and look cool. Older white ladies trying to look cool. Black ladies actually looking cool.
Everybody hands up, hands up.
Yeah. Enchilada, burrito, tamale, telemundo, ay caramba. Thank you, Rottweiler.
To the front, you a 10, baby girl, but I'm the one. Hey, to the back,
one time,
to the front,
everybody, hands up in the air, let's go.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell them you follow something.
White people trying so hard to dance right now. I don't mind men in a bow tie, I have to say, but he was, I mean, you're gay too, so. You know I love gay men, Azerwang. I'm not saying it derogatory. Gay men
Please
make up like half
National
my audience.
Education Association President Becky Pringle
Becky
and
Pringle!
American Federation of Teachers President Randy
Yo, and
Weingarten.
Randy, yo! The enemy has arrived. They should have played fucking Darth Vader music. Dun 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 dun
and Becky
dun
Pringle, president
Boo!
of the largest labor union in
Shame.
this country, the National Education Association.
Boo!
As an 8th grade science teacher for over
I want to see
30
a chat
years,
full of shame.
I can tell you that Kamala
Shame.
Harris
Shame.
and teacher
Shame.
Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project
are all the women
2025.
wearing white again tonight? It's a
They will
suffragette thing.
shut down the Department of Education.
Yes!
End Head Start and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires.
Oh, that would be awesome. That'd be great.
But we are coming together to say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize and we will mobilize and we will win all the things.
All the
So
things.
come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy.
Guys, let's get those likes up. Come on.
Her name is
I know you're not liking Becky Pringle. You're liking the fact that we're doing this together. Mount the like button for me. Let's see those numbers go up.
I'm Randy Weingarten.
Fuck you, Randy. The
president
enemy.
of the AFT and a public school teacher.
Da da da
One of my
da da
first
da
lessons
da.
I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations.
They don't even prepare them to know how to
steward the
read.
environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was you gotta walk the walk. That means Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, healthcare, and higher education.
What is it?
That's what Kamala Harris
all that
and
sounds
Tim
rather
Walz are
socialist to
fighting
me,
for,
Randy.
And we are all in.
All that sounds rather socialist
They
to me.
spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom. America, with Kamala Harris as our president, our best days are ahead.
Boo. Da, 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 da,
Please welcome
da,
California
da,
Senator
da.
Alex Padilla.
Hola. Hola, taco burrito guacamole.
Good evening, Democrats. Buenas noches, demócratas.
Buenas noches.
My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate.
Bro, we don't need to read nothing. We watch it all the time. We watch their training all the
The
time.
titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife, Angela, and father
No
to
bueno.
3 young gentlemen.
No bueno.
Now, as a father, when we talk about the future of our country, it's not just hypothetical. For me, it is very real. Every day I go to work in Washington, I think about my kids and the future we're building for their generation. And to show you how Kamala Harris will treat America's kids as president, I'll tell you how she treats mine. Because whenever she sees Roman,
Alejandro, Diego,
she greets them with kindness and respect, literally meeting them on their level to speak to them and to listen. And every fight that Kamala and I have taken on together has been about making life better for this generation and the next. As a state senator, I stood with then Attorney General Harris as she took on the big banks to keep kids and their families in their homes. As California's Secretary of State, I knew her as a fearless United States Senator and my partner in defending our sacred right to
every
vote.
time we meet a super chat goal, I will chug a beer with vanilla vodka in it. True.
And when Kamala
Gotta wait for
became
that
vice
first goal.
president,
Open your
I was
wallet.
honored to fill her seat.
Gotta earn this one.
But I knew that I had some big Chuck Taylors to fill. But I was proud to carry on legislation that she championed to protect workers, to safeguard public lands, to provide kids with more access to quality education. You see, Kamala and I believe that all of our kids deserve a shot at the American dream. It's the American dream, after all, that brought my parents to the United States decades ago. Es cierto. Mis padres, Santos y Guadalupe Padilla, vinieron a los Estados Unidos en busca del sueño americano. But today, we know that the dream is out of reach for far too many families. So my question for all of you tonight is this. This November, who's ready to defend the dream? ¿Quién está listo a defender el sueño americano? Tim Walz is ready to defend the dream. Kamala Harris will defend the dream. And between now and Election Day, each of us must defend the dream too by working to elect them as Vice President and President of the United States of America. So I want to thank you. May God bless you. Now let's go win this thing.
It's filled up early tonight.
For families across our nation, the American dream starts at the same place. The place
Is Donald
we
Trump
call
doing
home.
some sort of
A
reaction
home is
stream
more
to
than
Kamala
four
tonight, I
walls and
heard?
a roof. It's the foundation of everything we hope for.
Almost
The bedrock
chug
on
in
which
English.
we build our own American dreams.
Thanks, Brooks.
And
Good
write
to see
our
you.
own American stories. To share Kamala's vision to give more Americans a place to call home, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge.
Marcia Fudge. The jokes write themselves. The jokes write themselves.
OH. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney General,
Look up
she
Trump.
held big banks accountable for their role in the foreclosure crisis and won billions of dollars for California homeowners. As vice president,
is it a video
she and
though,
President
or is it
Biden
just
helped
like
over
he's just tweeting it
400,000 homeowners
or
at
posting
the
it,
risk
whatever?
of foreclosure during the pandemic. And as president, she will build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit unfair rent increases, and offer down payment support for first-time home buyers.
Yes, what? Is it
It's
a
personal.
it is a video?
Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their first home after saving for 10 years. She knows housing is a human right and a pathway to the middle class.
I'm doing a live
Where
play-by-play
you
on True
live
Social of
determines
Comrade
what schools
Kamala
your
Harris'
children
speech
go to,
tonight. We start at 10
what
p.m.
health care you receive,
and we'll be
and
covering it.
whether you can
He's not
get a
saying
good
it's a
job
video. He's just saying
without
he's doing a
spending
play-by-play.
hours commuting. Where you live too often determines how
So
you
it could
live.
be just posting.
Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He started his career being sued for denying housing to Black families. As president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all. Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
I'm Matt, and I'm a former Trump voter.
My
name is Dave from Pennsylvania. I'm a two-time Trump voter, 2016 and 2020.
former
I voted for Trump before,
voters.
but I'm not going to do that again. I think his agenda has really been awful for America.
He doesn't care about ordinary people. He's never been one, never known any. I'm extremely worried about Donald Trump getting in the White House again.
People are working. All these people who weren't working under the Trump administration, they now have jobs.
One thing I like about Kamala Harris is she talks about the issues. She talks about the economy. She talks about women's rights. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because Trump didn't talk about women's rights, but Kamala did. Yeah, that
Please
sounds.
welcome California Representative
yeah.
Ted Lieu.
That sounds plausible.
As a computer science major, I am so impressed with how large this AI-generated crowd looks tonight.
Oh my
I first
God.
got to know Kamala Harris during the Great Recession.
There it is,
When I was a
conservative.
California state legislator.
There it is. Your lunacy just got
Millions
owned
of
at the
hardworking families were facing
DNC.
foreclosure. My constituents told me stories about predatory and unfair loan terms, and about how hard
it
they
was
were
worth it.
fighting to keep the homes that they love.
Republicans just got called out.
Thankfully, they had someone fighting just as hard for them, Attorney General Kamala Harris. She led an investigation of the mortgage industry to root out fraud. She helped pass the Homeowners Bill of Rights, and she held the big banks accountable, bringing back $20 billion to homeowners. Since those days, I've seen her continue to fight for affordable housing as vice president. And as president, she's going to cut red tape so we can build more houses, help new homeowners afford a down payment, and take on corporations that unfairly hike up rent. Kamala Harris fights for affordable housing because she gets it. You know, when her mom was raising 2 girls, she did what so many parents do: work early hours and work late nights, pay the bills, and put on a brave face so her girls did not know how hard it really was. It shouldn't be this hard in America, and President Kamala Harris will make sure it's not. She'll fight to lower housing costs so that everyone, everywhere, can find a place to call home.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
I depend on Medicare and Social Security for survival.
I'm a recipient of Social Security benefits.
I worry about Social Security and Medicare.
If we don't protect it through Kamala Harris, that Trump is going to take that money.
Project 2025 is going to be disastrous for many of us.
What are we supposed to do? Who's going to take care of us? Where are we going to live? I don't know, but I know I'm voting Democrat.
I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she will protect my Social Security and that of all others.
Please welcome Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin.
Hello, Democrats. And hey, Wisconsin. Tonight, I want to talk about family. We know that all families don't look alike. My mother was a teenager when I was born, and she struggled with addiction. I never met my father, but I had two incredible grandparents who stepped in and raised me, David and Doris Green. Everything I know, I learned from them. In every way a child needs, my grandparents were there for me.
How much for me to drink
And as
a
they
Russian
grew
pill?
older, it was my
I don't know
privilege
exactly what that
to
is,
be
Murphy's
there
Pool,
for
but what I
them.
will say
So when
is
I
that if
work
we reach
to
that
protect
$300 super
Medicare
chat
and
goal,
Social
I will
Security,
drink
I
Shipyard
do it with the
Pumpkinhead mixed
personal
with vanilla
knowledge
vodka.
of what
And
those
that's the
big
offer for tonight.
programs
Thank you for the super
meant
chat.
in small but deeply meaningful ways to my grandparents.
We are,
And I know what they
I don't
mean
know,
for your parents and
part of the way to our
grandparents.
goal, $50 towards
But
the goal.
let's be clear,
$250 left to go to
that
get
is
me
all
drunk.
at risk today. Donald Trump was asked what he would do about Social Security and Medicare, and he said, and I quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of cutting." Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge new tax break to billionaires and corporations? Well, Kamala Harris is not going to let that happen. And Tim Walz is not going to let that happen. We are not going to let that happen. You know, they've got it backwards. We Democrats, we honor our elders and ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Wisconsin's state motto is forward. And my friends, that's where we're headed.
Please welcome Massachusetts Representative Catherine Clark.
I am a proud mom of 3. And when my kids were young, I sat down with my husband to go over our bills. We realized that my entire income went to paying for childcare. We asked ourselves, how on earth will we make this work? So many parents will tell you a similar story. They'll tell you that preschool can cost as much as rent, or that they drive over an hour just to find childcare. They'll tell you that the workers who watch their children have it even worse. When parents have to choose between their kids and their jobs, businesses are hurt too. We shut out talent. We lose the prosperity parents could create. Childcare makes our economy run. And yet, Donald Trump's Project 2025 will eliminate Head Start, close classrooms, raise the cost of care.
2 shots of vodka and a
JD
tall glass with
Vance-
ice and to fill it with pink Moscato.
JD
Hey, that
Vance
sounds really great.
Says affordable childcare.
That sounds
is
like a drink to
class
try another
war
time for sure. That
against
sounds good.
normal
I just don't
people.
I don't have the ingredients.
You know what normal
Thanks, Marcus
people
School.
want? A president who understands this shouldn't be so damn hard. That's Kamala Harris. She's seen this
RFK is going to be.
firsthand.
I can't believe
You've all
he's doing
heard
that.
Kamala talk
What?
about her mother.
Oh.
She was
He better
both
be
a
getting something
brilliant
good. I hope he's getting a
scientist
cabinet position
and
or
a
something because,
devoted
like,
mom. She had to fight
the amount
to
of
make
time
it
and
all
energy
work,
that guy's put into
to
his
raise her
campaign
daughters,
and money
to pay the
just
bills,
to drop out and
to
endorse
keep
Trump.
the career she loved. Kamala
Man.
and Tim know that when everyone can find and afford childcare, our kids and our communities will thrive. Our middle class will grow. So let's put childcare at the top of the agenda. Let's build a future worthy of our children. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Colorado Representative Joe Neguse.
There are definitely protests going on outside.
Thank you. Good evening, Chicago.
And check in and see how they're going. Hang on.
My name is Joe Neguse, and I represent the great state of Colorado in the U.S. Congress. My parents immigrated here from a place torn apart by war. They worked hard every day, made tremendous sacrifices, and taught me to never take for granted.
Yeah, they're doing
the
speeches right now outside the
opportunities
DNC.
that we have in this incredible country. It's because of them and because of those opportunities that tonight their son stands before you as Assistant Democratic Leader
that's
of the
a really
U.S.
good
House of
combination, Laura.
Representatives.
I approve.
My fellow Americans, let me say this clearly. Don't let anyone tell you that the American dream is dead. It is alive and well, and it will grow even stronger with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. How do we know that? How do I know that? Well, it's because Kamala Harris believes that college can be a ticket to the middle class, and she has fought to make it more affordable her entire career. As California Attorney General, she took down one of the biggest for-profit colleges, securing $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she expanded Pell Grants and secured record funding for HBCUs. And Kamala Harris made public service loan relief a reality for teachers and first responders and firefighters and nurses and countless others across our land.
I might not even need you guys to super chat me to get drunk
Vice
tonight. I might do it
President
all on my
Harris
own.
Delivered before, and she will do it again. As president, she will build a brighter future, a more affordable future, a future where going to college doesn't break the bank, a future where my 5-year-old daughter, Natalie, who's watching us back home in Colorado right now, a future where she can live her dreams. So those are the stakes. Let's make it happen, America. Let's make history, America. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the 47th president of the United States. Thanks so much. God bless. Thank you.
Yeah, Azure Wing is not carrying everyone tonight for super
I
chat goals.
basically
He
worked
did his
in
job
public
last
service
night.
my entire adulthood, over 27 years.
We appreciate your service.
Seeing my mom work in the public service sector, it was actually inspiring me. And I'm like, she gives more to the community than she is for her own self.
As a single mother, I knew I wanted my daughters to have a better life than I did. So I said, going to school will help me.
I would see her move like the bills to the side, but I know she was mounting. I know she was drowning in student loan debt.
Then eventually my loans got to $800 a month. I paid it. I did what I was supposed to do. But I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in debt until the day I die.
When the Biden-Harris administration first announced the public service loan forgiveness, and I'm rushing to my mom, like, apply for this, apply for this.
I'm sitting at my desk, opening up my mail. It says, thank you, Kelly, for public service. Your loans now have been forgiven. Took a deep breath, and I screamed. I had to pinch myself. I had to see if this was really happening.
Seeing my mom finish her higher education was life-changing. But I don't think anything can ever stop me from my goals because I saw her do it as a single parent with twin girls, with life pushing her down so many ways, but she continued to rise up. She has been the force, the motivation for me to want to continue to work in the public service agency.
With this loan forgiveness, I can plan for my future. I was able to purchase my very first home. It creates great opportunity for my daughters. It creates stability. Thank you, Vice President Harris and the entire administration. I just want to thank you again and again and again. Thank you so much.
Our party's not over, Chicago. Let me see you.
It's been boring so far tonight, guys. I wish it was more entertaining, but it is what it is.
This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty.
I'm too what?
Too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know.
I don't think Nick's on yet.
Everybody just clap.
Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
I feel like, hang on.
Hi, Chicago.
I feel like me watching Nick on my channel is really attracting some trolls. I feel like all the lunatics come out every time I watch Nick on my channel. Let's see, is he live yet? No, he's not live. All right, we got our eye on Nick. We're going to go to him when he goes live just for a little extra flavor.
Anybody here ready to have
Guys,
a great
please make
time
sure
with
you've
me
mounted
tonight?
that like button for me. Invite some more people to come join us here on this stream. We'll try to make it fun tonight.
I'm DJ Metro from Chicago. Let's go.
We're going to be watching some white people try to dance right now. Even the black people who don't even, well, okay, they're snapping their fingers. All right. At least they're on the beat.
All my people ready to party.
There is nothing that takes less talent in the world than being a DJ. I just don't understand. I don't understand why they need all that stuff. Like, literally, bro, you're just playing music. That's all you're doing. You're playing music. Picking out a song, you know? Why do we need to act like we need a whole fucking motherboard of, like, buttons and fucking knobs and, like, things that, like, I don't understand. You're not playing records. You're literally not playing records. So why are there turntables? It doesn't make any sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm DJ Metro. I'll be back for more later.
All of it's coming off that their computer. That's all it is. Hey, we got some super chats. Daniel,
Please
Uptown
welcome
Funk supports the
Durham,
gender
North
binary.
Carolina Mayor,
Indeed. And
Leonardo
Laura,
Williams.
happy nearly the weekend. Here's some beer money. Hey, thanks, Laura. Appreciate it.
Hailing from the Tar Heel State,
home of Duke University and North Carolina Central University, I am Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina. You know, several years ago, my wife
Guys,
Zoe
as a
and
reminder, I will be
started
doing a
cooking for
shot
our
of vanilla
community.
vodka in my beer as
We
soon as
drove
we hit
to
that super chat
schools,
goal.
doctors' offices,
Cuppy, you send in $100, we'll
just
almost
to
be
give out
there.
a few samples. And
I
eventually our
appreciate it.
friends asked, where's the restaurant, y'all?
How
But, you know, it
entertaining
takes
this stream
capital.
gets depends entirely on
It
you.
takes capital to chase a dream.
We only do
And
this
during the
once
Trump
every 4 years.
administration, they did not make it easy.
Christian, new
Not for
follower,
folks
first
like
super
us.
chat. Much respect, Queen. Love you
So,
on X. Thank you for
what I
responding
thought
the other
was,
day. Hey,
I
thank
guess
you,
not
Christian.
everybody
I
can have a
appreciate you. And thank you for the
multi-million-dollar
super
loan from
chat.
their father.
Thank
I'll
you
tell
for
you what we
supporting
did.
my drunkenness.
We emptied
It's
our
going to premiere
savings,
hopefully next week
and in
after the
2008,
DNC.
we launched Zweli's Kitchen, America's first
Don't worry,
Zimbabwean
Yas, I haven't
restaurant.
forgotten we're doing something controversial.
And the Biden-Harris administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true for entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants,
You're playing the music on the
all of
computer.
the
You
help that we
don't need a
received from
turntable
them,
to play the
we now
music
have
on the
3
computer.
locations, and we employ nearly
It makes no
30
sense.
employees with a
Records
living
used to be a
wage.
thing in real life.
But we are not
Now they're
alone.
just on the computer.
Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina. Kamala Harris
Look at them pretend to be excited.
Kamala Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy that can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like us. And as president, she will support risk takers and problem solvers.
Judy
who
wants
want
to work
just do
against
their
the goal.
part and claim their piece of the
Sure.
American dream.
Okay. Sure. I'll accept that.
And also, I want to thank Maya from Nevada, who has served her famous dumplings for the past 3 years and opened new locations thanks to the historic support for small businesses. And Robert, I want to thank you from Minnesota. Robert owns a solar business. Heated up once by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they passed the
Judgmental
Inflation
Lizard.
Reduction
Thank
Act.
you. I
And
know.
Paul from
Fake
Arizona.
and gay. Fake
Paul, who's a
and
commercial cleaning
gay.
company, landed huge contracts thanks to the Biden-Harris manufacturing boom. So Kamala Harris knows.
Actually, can we
She knows
update
entrepreneurs
beer number
like
1 in the
these.
books?
She knows that we are the backbone of our community.
Pretty
And when
much.
they
Pretty much done this
succeed,
first beer.
We all succeed. Let's win this. Thank you.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
I have not seen confirmation that W is going to speak. I've heard rumor. I have not seen confirmation.
America Against America. It's the title of a book by one of China's highest-ranking leaders, and it's how they
Dude is
think
giving $10,
they'll
but she
win.
doesn't want it to count towards
They
the
know
jug.
the only way they'll beat America
All right,
is if we
all right.
beat ourselves.
Hmm.
In Congress, my job
All right,
is to
we'll just
study
take that
China's
super chat.
economy. And
I don't
mark
need to add it
my
to the total
words,
right now.
They want to see Donald Trump
Murphy's
across
cool.
the
Thank you,
bargaining
Judy.
table.
Appreciate it.
Because he'll start endless trade wars that
No.
raise prices for Americans.
Denied.
Because he'll cut programs that train workers in America. But most of all,
No video.
Trump will pit American against American. And that's what China wants, for us to fight amongst ourselves, because that's how we lose. But we're not going back. What does Kamala Harris tell us? When we fight,
we win.
Because Kamala Harris knows how we fight best, not American against American. She knows that when we fight as one country, we win. When we fight as one team, we win. Which is why when Kamala Harris wins in November, we win. Thank you so much.
We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity to build a business, to own a home, to build intergenerational wealth, a future with affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave. And all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Hey, Mitchell, if you're here, I'm going to work on those tank tops now.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey.
Pennsylvania. Here's a real question. Mom's asked me in Pennsylvania, what am I supposed to do if I can't afford diapers? In just 6 months, a box of diapers went up $15.
Mitchell, do you mean just the sleeveless ones or the ones with the like skinny little things? Just like normal tank
tops? They're selling you a
tops?
lie. It's in the bag with the diapers. Prices are up because these corporations are scheming to drive them up. Most companies are good companies. It's the food conglomerates that sit behind the supermarket.
Hey, I saw that, Tony. I appreciate the order. Thank you.
They're the ones who are extorting families at
Normal
the
ones?
checkout counter.
Okay.
This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long
Greedflation.
time. So has Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president, Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president. Now, Americans don't expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being ripped off. Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it? All right, let's go out and win this thing. Thank you.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren.
They're just really banging out a lot of speeches tonight. This is very, very quick. They're going to get through all their like planned speakers by like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So they must have some big names planned. I bet we're going to get more than one surprise tonight, if I'm honest about it. I bet there are going to be some really big names. Oh, Liz. Liz is going to cry. They love her, man. They love her. You can't deny it.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor.
Ha, 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 ha.
You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense
Donald Trump
lawyers.
probably hangs out with more normal people than all of these politicians do. I hope people realize
But
that.
Kamala,
Donald
she
Trump actually likes
cares
normal people.
deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide.
They're really pushing this IVF thing. I wonder what polling told them to do that.
And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch.
I wouldn't trust JD Vance to be my mover. I wouldn't trust him. Would you trust him, Andre? Thank you for the super chat.
Kamala Harris. This election
Appreciate
is about
it.
your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States.
All of these speeches are boring tonight. I hope they get better. I hope it gets more exciting. This is like, please meet the super chat goal so I can drink more. I'm just saying. I'll be here for you.
Nowhere near over, Chicago. We're gonna do this real big because we got a good feeling about this presidency. Now let me see your hands up one time.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Victor is watching TV downstairs and not suffering as much as I am.
I want to see everybody losing their minds. 1, 2, now everybody push.
Let's live it up.
Oh, look, white people pretending to dance.
Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it off.
I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, face out, and losing all control.
Fill up my cup, novel talk. Look at her dancing. Just take it up, 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 up.
Let me hear you shut down. Come on. Because in this nation, we're all one big family. Let me see.
Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times.
All right, guys, if you haven't mounted that like button yet, now is the good time. We're still early on. If you're drinking something fun tonight, let us know in the chat. I am drinking Shipyard Pumpkinhead out of a Shipyard Pumpkinhead glass. So I don't even need to show you guys the skin anymore because I've got the Shipyard Pumpkinhead glass. You got more moves than a U-Haul? I believe you, Christian. Thank you for the super chat. As a reminder, when we hit this first super chat goal, I will do a shot of vanilla vodka in this beer, which could make things either really entertaining or really loud or just belligerent.
In just a little while. Thank you.
We're here for the last night of the DNC. We are going to make it. We've committed.
Woo! We've got ourselves a party in here, Chicago.
Not something. This is like a boomer party.
Democrats, we know that a secure future depends on strong global leadership. As Vice President, Kamala Harris has been tested on the world stage.
Oh, so my
She's
super
faced
chat goal.
down
Hang on. There you go.
stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and engaged in the serious work of safeguarding America's security. Please welcome to the stage an Army Ranger, my colleague, Congressman Jason Crow.
This is so boring. There's no energy tonight. Even the speakers are trying, but are this
Before
DJ guys
serving in
trying?
Congress, I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger.
Everyone may have blown their load last night.
Over 100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me what really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk. It's not chest thumping. Because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one.
A couch commando.
Real strength and security come from our people, from our allies. Donald Trump's Project 2025
Oh my God.
would abandon our troops, abandon our veterans, our allies, and our principles.
Well, that's not true, but
In
whatever.
Chapter 4, Trump plans to do Putin's bidding by abandoning Ukraine.
Oh,
and
can we
walking away
please?
from our NATO allies.
Yes, can we please abandon Ukraine? It's time.
In
No
chapters
offense,
2 and
I'm married to
3,
Ukrainian, but
He plans to fire our national security and military professionals.
I think that's not. Yeah, can we
and
do
then
that too?
replace them with
Excellent.
mega loyalists.
MAGA loyalists, not mega
But I
loyalists.
refuse
Someone made a
to let
typo in the
Trump's
teleprompter.
golf
So what just
buddies
happened just then?
decide when and how our friends are sent
Let's
to
see
war.
what we got as our wing. If all the speakers are bad, it will make Kamala sound great.
When
Well,
we
that's
joined the
true.
military,
I was wondering why they had all these lackluster speakers
raise
on the
our right
on the last
hand
night. I was like, this isn't even a good speaker
and we take
lineup.
the oath.
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that.
We know that it
She's
comes
gonna look
with
amazing by
sacrifice.
comparison.
But we also know that it comes with a promise that America will have our back. Trump will break that promise. In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to
All right,
slash
Mitchell, those tank tops are
veterans'
in the
benefits
store. There's still some other
and then
uploading, but they should all be in the
privatize
store in a
VA
couple
healthcare.
minutes.
As a paratrooper, we learned that the leader of the unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go first. But Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back.
So
That
this is the
leader
Dems
is
version
Kamala
of
Harris.
one-eyed Willie Crenshaw. Yep, this is Democrat Dan Crenshaw.
And together, we will make Kamala Harris
Nick might have given
our
up.
next commander-in-chief.
Nick may have given up. It may be over. Hey, thanks, Brucey. Appreciate you.
President Joe Biden and I, along with our entire country, are grateful, deeply grateful to each and every one of you for your service and for your excellence. The United States military, without any question, is the strongest and best fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is because of you, each one of you.
Please welcome Michigan Representative Alyssa Slotkin.
She's bigger than I thought she was.
Good evening. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan. Go
Oh,
blue,
she's running for
go
Senate? I
green.
didn't know that.
My peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the country we all love. I was recruited by the CIA and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside our military. And I worked at the White House under presidents of both parties and as an acting assistant secretary of defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision,
Yeah, she looks like a blueberry. She looks
our
like in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when that little girl blows up into a blueberry. It's just an unfortunate outfit choice.
We believe America should
It didn't need to be
inspire
this
and
way.
lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together. And guess what? That takes friends. You got to have friends to do that. Vice President Harris understands our strength abroad is inextricably linked to our strength here at home. Our schools, a strong middle class, and the health of our democracy.
I mean, I don't like making fun of people's looks.
for
I get made
everyone
fun
here
of a
and
lot, but
everyone
she looks like a
watching,
blueberry,
I want
like
you to
legitimately.
proudly claim your patriotism. You are here because you love your country. Do not
Okay,
give an inch to
yeah,
pretenders
but
who
Nick,
wrap
I have asked
themselves in the
repeatedly,
flag,
please
but
don't just
spit
tell me
in
that
the
his stream
face
is
of
on. I
freedoms
only
it
care if he goes
represents.
live, okay? I appreciate that you mean well, bro, but we literally just had this conversation the other day. Like,
This November, let's elect a president who will lean forward to embrace the future. Because America doesn't follow. We do not retreat. We are the damn United States of America. We lead.
Look, it's an entire outfit of blue, though. Like, you just don't do that. I mean, it's just like, did we learn nothing?
Please welcome New York Representative Pat Ryan.
They're running through these speakers. Oh, God, West Point graduate.
Among the Americans I proudly represent in Congress are the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet.
Oh my God,
That's
she
the
did
thing
her
about
job
West
and
Point.
shook everyone's
The
hand.
day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day,
Guys,
God forbid,
Kamala Harris
send you to war.
went to a
And
graduation
take
ceremony
their measure.
and she
And
shook their
every
hands.
time Kamala Harris looked back with respect, with reverence. That day,
Yeah, stunning and brave.
I saw our
Stunning and brave.
next
Kamala shook
Commander-in-Chief.
their hands at a graduation ceremony.
At West Point, you learn the honor code. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code. A serial liar, cheater, thief, who looked soldiers in the eye.
It's true.
Then turned around and called fallen heroes
It's true.
suckers and losers, who insulted Medal of Honor recipients.
We are
just
living
last week.
in an episode of Veep,
I tell you what I think of Donald Trump.
except it's real life.
They told me I can't say that word on TV. I'm going to use an Army term, FUBAR. If you don't know FUBAR, Google it. These last few weeks have felt like a new day in America, when we are waking up, rising up as patriots to demand our next president be someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with respect, with dignity, with decency, with the truth.
Well, yeah,
Someone
this is true too.
like Kamala Harris,
An episode of Veep combined
our
with an episode
next
of Black Mirror.
Commander-in-Chief.
Oh, DJ's not quite ready. DJ's not. See, he has one job. Literally one fucking job. Wasn't even ready.
I'm trying to tell you
Why
guys
DJs
that I
are
wanna
not
see you
talented.
up off your seats,
All they do is push buttons.
dancing and
That's
moving
it.
around. Get excited with me and say,
I say I'm too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say.
This is painful. Oh, we're here together, Murphy. Well, we're here together. Is anyone drinking anything fun tonight? Let us know. Don't be ashamed. This only happens once every 4 years. We can let down our hair a little bit. You know, people on Twitter earlier were giving me shit. They're like, Carlin, why don't you drink before and pass out? And I was like, I will. I will. Thank you. I will drink more beer tonight. I will possibly even eat more Chinese food, depending on if I feel like it. You're telling me I have to sit through the DNC sober? I'm not crazy. That's just too much. I'm an adult. I've earned this year. You got some weed stuff. Yep, good. Good.
representando para mi latino aquí conmigo esta noche.
I would maybe pace myself. You can have one or two now. Save two for later.
Make me wanna savor every moment slowly, slowly, despacito.
Has anyone heard any rumors about special guests for tonight? I've heard that there's definitely going to be a big special guest of some sort. People are saying it's going to be Beyonce. Some people are saying it's going to be Taylor Swift. I think there's probably going to be more special guests because they're running through the entire lineup of speakers. They're going real fast. So I think they probably got some big fuck-off time slots to fill. I am $170 away from having a shot of vanilla vodka in this beer.
I'll be back.
Yup, George W. Bush rumor tonight. Maybe he's going to show up. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Please welcome the
Trump would
president
be
of the
pissed.
National Action Network.
Trump would be so
Reverend
pissed if
Al
W showed up.
Sharpton.
Oh my. Ow. Yo. Al Sharpton.
Thank you. Thank you.
He just keeps wasting away like the movie Thinner.
Thank you. Good evening.
Remember when Al Sharpton was fat?
I stand
It's like that movie
before
Thinner.
you
Al
as the
Sharpton got a
president
curse
of
put on him by an old
National
Indian
Action
man
Network.
or an old gypsy.
We do not endorse candidates.
He just keeps
but
getting
we
thinner and thinner and
report
thinner
where candidates
in a really
stand
abnormal looking
on
way.
criminal justice,
Like he doesn't look normal.
economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this
Thinner is a
race
crazy movie if
is
you've never
Donald
seen
Trump,
it. Stephen King
a
book.
fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years.
I kind of want to watch it now. I'm not going to lie.
Once in that time, did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm gonna bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight.
No, he started
Because
losing weight
they
a
were
long
not
time ago.
executed,
I mean, maybe he's
they're
on
here to
Ozempic now,
continue
but
to fight.
he started losing weight a long time ago. And now he just looks weird.
But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia.
Oh, come on.
I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to Black Americans.
Well, I don't know that
worked with
that's
Kamala
wrong.
Harris. In every job she's had, she has
I mean, to be fair, Trump's
consistently
mugshot appeals
committed
to everyone.
To making government work for those
You don't have to be
of us
black to
who've been
appreciate that
disadvantaged.
mugshot.
All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer.
That seems a little racist to
sowing
insinuate that.
division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking Black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him
is he wrong,
when
though?
Blacks do their job.
Well, that's true. Trump is not getting the black vote, and that was a stupid idea on the part of his campaign advisors. There is no way in this universe Trump is getting the black vote.
And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight, we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign. for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a Black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States.
And see, skies are blue. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back. So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured
You've endured
conspiracy
January
theories.
6th.
We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together,
They endured
Black,
January
white,
6th.
Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy.
This is Al Sharpton, Mark.
Joy, joy, joy coming in the morning.
Nothing says joy than a Black man screaming, joy, 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 motherfuckers, joy.
I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to
I can't
them
do that voice.
then. They were
We can
known
all
as
sing
the
it in our heads,
Central
though.
Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five.
Wow, they've got the Central Park 5 there.
Raymond
Seriously?
Santana,
Oh
Kevin
my
Richardson,
God! This is like
Salam,
this is like when Trump
Corey
brought
Weiss,
Bill
the
Clinton's affairs
Exonerated
to the
Five.
debate. Wow. This is like when Donald Trump brought all the people that Clinton slept with, and they were sitting in the crowd watching the debate with Hillary.
We won't go
Same thing, same vibe. They learned. Well, was it as black as the RNC though on that first night? Really? Because that was pretty black.
Good evening, people. My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day, as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today.
Joy is a communist term from Mao. That
Vice
makes sense,
President
Rottweiler.
Kamala
Appreciate
Harris
it.
has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusef Salaam. A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem. That's right.
This line gets really old. There's no evidence they're being paid for this.
Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today, we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict. He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will. That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say one day, I want you to say, see us. One day, see us. One day, see us. When they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Wow.
Our country is built on justice, and people's lives, as we just heard, can be harmed when we fail to do justice.
Did they ever do the national anthem
But
and stuff?
Kamala
Or are they waiting for
Harris
later? They're waiting for more
fights
prime
to
time?
do justice.
There's going to be a whole
No
big like
one knows
celebrity
that better
section.
than the prosecutors who fought alongside her. These are their stories.
You have missed nothing, Emily, if you just got here. Just mount the like button for me, please. We're suffering together tonight.
Amy Resner. I was a colleague in the courtroom when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise for the people. For Kamala, practicing law was always about protecting the vulnerable and giving the victims a voice. Women who were sexually assaulted, children who were mistreated and sexually abused. She helped them navigate their nightmares and demand justice for their injuries. And she did it all with grit and grace, intelligence and heart. She was a remarkable prosecutor, and she will be a remarkable president.
Survivors of sexual assault struggle to be heard over the cacophony of voices demeaning, discrediting, and vilifying them. When powerful offenders are allowed to manipulate public opinion by attacking their victims' credibility, all victims suffer. Those words are from the 2021 amicus brief filed by RAINN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, in the case of E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump.
Wow.
As a legislator and lifelong advocate against sexual violence, I urge all of us to
I
stand
mean, listen,
together to support
people can
survivors,
complain all they
believe
want
them,
about the
and
fact that they're
hold
just being like,
perpetrators
that they're just
accountable.
shitting on Trump. But the fact is, people have a choice. A lot of people think they have a binary choice. They have Kamala or Trump. So, like,
I'm Lisa Madigan.
why wouldn't they be shitting
former
on
Attorney
Trump?
General of
Why wouldn't they be
Illinois.
doing that? It just
I
makes
worked
good
with
sense.
Kamala Harris during the
And
Great
people can say that's
Recession
not fair,
to
that's not
protect
fair. They're not
homeowners
talking
from
about issues, that's not
foreclosure.
fair all you want. But
As Attorney General of California, Kamala
you
met
don't get to decide
thousands
how
of
other people
people
vote.
on the verge of losing their homes and their faith in the American dream. She demanded big banks provide mortgage relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground.
Hey, thanks for that
and
purchase, Mitchell.
together,
I hope you love it.
we prevailed. For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to Kamala's determination, countless Americans have a home they can call their own.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans. His employees were
And no
told,
one's going to know that.
put those applications in a
This
drawer
was a dumb time for
and
him to do
leave
that.
them there.
Literally, no one's
It
going to
was
cover
straight
that.
up housing
No
discrimination.
one knows that.
It was racism.
Don't
and
blame
civil rights advocacy.
Donald
put an
Trump's
end
bad
to it.
decisions on
Kamala
anyone but
Harris has
him.
a plan to build
He
more
could have gone any
housing,
other time.
keep rent prices
Why on
fair,
earth would he do this on
and
a day
help
that
more
literally
people
no one's going to
own
cover it?
homes. Donald Trump, you denied black people the American dream. And Kamala Harris is creating a future where every family, yes, every family has a place to call home.
Well, Trump is actually doing things to show he cares. Well, that doesn't
I'm
actually
Nathan
matter.
Horns.
That doesn't make a
In
difference to the
2010,
argument that I made.
I went to college in California to pursue my dreams, but ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay. Then Kamala Harris stepped in. As Attorney General of California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as Vice President, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief.
Yeah, this is how I feel about it. You think
The Biden-Harris
actually it's funny,
administration came
I've
in,
worked with for-profit
canceled
colleges,
all
I've worked with
Corinthian
nonprofit
student
colleges,
debt, and
I've
gave
been to
us
for-profit
back
colleges,
our
I've been to
futures.
nonprofit colleges. The for-profit colleges, by and large, not all of
My
them,
name is
some of them are
Tristan
scams.
Snell, and I
But
prosecuted
by and large,
Trump
the for-profit
University.
colleges are actually run better. And in fact, a lot of the nonprofit colleges base their models off of what the
I
for-profit
interviewed over
colleges are doing.
100 victims of Trump's fraud.
Every
a
college
retired
does
police
bullshit.
sergeant, an Iraq
Every
veteran
single
with
one.
PTSD,
Including the
a mother
Ivies,
caring for her
including the
son
elite
with special
schools.
needs. They
Nick is
trusted
starting,
Trump.
thank God.
They believed that he
Thanks,
would teach them
Reagan.
his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was credit
Thank
card.
God. All right, we're gonna go over to Nick because we are. Hang on. We're not missing much of anything right now on the other stream. All right, guys, if you just got here, please mount the like button for me. We're going to tune into Nick Fuentes' coverage because that at least makes it more entertaining for us. As a reminder, as soon as we hit that $300 super chat goal, I will be adding a shot of vanilla vodka to this here beer. So, I don't know, if you want to see me drunk, send some money in. If you don't want to see me drunk, hey, you can make a request like Judy sent me in a super chat earlier. She said, Carlin, don't put this towards the beer total. I don't like seeing you drunk. And I was like, thanks for the money, Judy. I do appreciate it. Super chats do help fund these streams, guys. It makes this all possible. It's not just about seeing me act absurd on the internet. That's just a bonus. Also, please make sure you have mounted the like button for me. And we still do have those DNC merch specials over in the Unwoke Arts store. Yeah, but he's almost live. We're like this close. See, because it says starting soon. So he's going live any second. I appreciate you guys letting me bring this stuff to you. I appreciate you guys spending the last 4 days with me. We're almost done. We're making it through the end together. Yeah, I've been checking around with the protest. Doesn't really seem like much is happening. Oh, God. Well, Nick is a virgin, and that's a really inappropriate question. Like, really inappropriate.
Good evening, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We are covering the Democratic National Convention for the final night. Tonight's the big night. Kamala Harris will be speaking in prime time in just a couple hours, few hours. And then we're finally done with the convention. So say what's up in the live chat. What's going on, everybody? Make sure to smash the follow button and comment and like all that stuff. Bruh, it's going to be another long night tonight.
We've already been going for 2 hours.
It's going to be fine. One more final night. And then tomorrow we'll be back to our regularly
You're wearing the
scheduled
Utopia
programming.
Means Nowhere skull?
Got some good stuff planned this weekend.
Awesome.
I don't want to
That's a
spoil
great
it,
shirt,
but
Daniel.
some interesting collaborations coming up.
Great shirt.
And then I'll be back doing the regular show on Monday. And I'll tell you a little bit more tomorrow about our big
thanks for the beer
announcement on
fund.
Monday about the
Appreciate
state of
it.
the Trump
Halfway
campaign
there,
and
basically, guys.
some details about the imminent Groyper War 2. Groyper War 2. Groyper War 2.
Please.
So it'll be good. Okay. All right. But we're going to dive in. The thing's already started. So we're here. We're in.
We face a stark choice in this election.
Another
A felon
blueberry.
and con
Not
man
quite a blueberry, I
or a
suppose.
dedicated prosecutor.
And we're back.
The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear.
Yeah, we're back.
He obstructs justice.
A felon and a
She upholds
prosecutor.
it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election
great.
comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the
people.
It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris should be, she must be, the next president of the United States. Thank you.
Hey, let's see.
Formal host
True.
for the
Remember
people.
Operation Varsity Blues by FBI, catching parents bribing colleges.
So
That,
dumb.
yeah, that happens all the. I worked in higher ed for 10 years.
So
That it
very
happens
dumb.
all the time. All
Please
the time.
welcome
Hey,
survivor
thanks,
and
Andre.
advocate Courtney Baldwin.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Courtney Baldwin. In 2013, I was sold for sex in cities across California
Bruh.
by a trafficker who controlled every aspect of my life. During those dark moments, I held on to hope that one day I'd be seen as more than a victim, that I could pursue my dreams, and that my trafficker will be held justice. I didn't know it yet, but waiting for me on the other side were people who were fighting for survivors. One of them was Kamala Harris. As California's Attorney General, she fought Backpage.com, the website that let me and thousands of others be bought and sold. She filed criminal charges against its owner that shut down the website for good. No one has ever done that. Vice President Harris is fearless, compassionate, and she still gives me hope. She's protected people like me her whole life, and I know she'll fight for us all as president. Thank you.
These speeches are so short.
I'd have a weird speech.
We have to wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's the only way to beat the Phoenix heat. It's just like opening an oven. I work on the light rail. It's a good way to tackle the climate crisis, but the clock is ticking.
Climate change is one of the greatest con jobs ever. All of this with the global warming and a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
Hurricane Beryl is the earliest Category 5.
Oh
on
my
record.
God.
Climate change isn't a hoax.
Oh my
and it's not
God.
happening in the future.
We're getting
It's happening
climate
right
fear
here,
porn
right
tonight.
now.
Here in Phoenix, the most consecutive
It will be the day
110
after
plus
tomorrow.
degree days in a row.
Trump is pouring gasoline on the fire.
He proceeded to solicit $1 billion
Climate change
from
is
the fossil
Donald
fuel
Trump's
companies
fault.
because if elected,
Do
he
you
would
know
roll
who's to
back
blame?
environmental rules and repeal regulations.
Donald Trump.
Trump's Project 2025 agenda gives tax breaks to big oil and completely tramples the middle class. Trump would gut clean energy
It's
jobs
too
like
hot
mine.
today, it's
This work
Donald
gives
Trump's
us
fault.
security and economic freedom. Trump would rip that away. Kamala Harris sees the future differently. She's a clean energy champion. She took on big oil that gouged Americans. Harris was the deciding vote that passed Democrats' epic clean energy investments. Kamala will fight for climate and clean energy policies that protect our health and hold big polluters accountable.
The clock is not just ticking, it is banging. And that is why President Biden and I made the largest climate investment in America's history. We are not going back.
Bruh. I was raised to care for my community. That means jobs for my guys and a clean energy future.
Yep, didn't have a hangover.
Please welcome
True.
former New Mexico Representative Deb Haaland.
Thanks, okay. Appreciate you.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guwatsi helpa. Duhinamet Itzakiwitsa Shuimi Hanu.
Land
In
blessing.
my Karis language.
Yeah, I heard
Greetings, friends
Pink
and
is going to be
family.
performing tonight. I heard
My
that.
name is Crush Turquoise, and I'm from the Turquoise clan.
Crushed turquoise.
35 generations ago, my ancestors built lives in the high desert of New Mexico. I am on this stage tonight because of them. While fishing with my dad and running through the desert with my cousins, I learned that we have a responsibility to take care of our planet. Donald Trump never learned that lesson. He called the climate crisis a hoax.
These speeches are so formulaic and boring. Like, it's the same thing.
For big companies
As
to
a child,
poison our
I
air
learned how
and
to do
water.
something good, and everyone was happy.
American
Donald
president
Trump never
must
learned how to
lead the
do something
world in
good,
tackling
and everyone
climate
was
change.
sad.
We need a president who understands
Be
that
happy
assignment.
like me, not sad like
Kamala
Donald.
Harris. I know her record. She held polluters accountable for spilling oil into the San Francisco Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as vice president, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history.
Kamala Harris will save us from climate change. Donald Trump doesn't even think climate change is real.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for a future where we all have clean air, clean water, and healthy communities.
Joy is good. Trump is bad.
Let me go back to the lessons
Vote for
I
joy.
learned in the
Vote for
desert
Kamala.
Southwest. We all have a role in protecting our Earth for future
Donald Trump is
generations.
literally climate change
So let's all
embodied
be
in the
fierce
body of
and
a
let's
man.
make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
The human embodiment of the climate crisis. Trump wants dirty water and dirty air. Trump wants to literally poison your children.
It's an election year, and both parties are battling to prove that they stand with workers. But sometimes, workers don't get the invite.
Do you know where the auto workers are?
I haven't seen anybody from the UAW.
Nobody from the UAW?
After we struggled to find any auto workers at Trump's Rally for Auto Workers, we hit the road to find out what Democrats have been up to.
The Inflation Reduction Act is helping to fuel a boom in clean energy,
creating 9 million new clean energy jobs over the next 10 years, once in a generation investment.
I thought that American manufacturing was supposed to be dead. Here I am looking at one of the biggest auto mega plants being built.
We talked to workers in rural Tennessee who joined a union for the first time to build one of the largest battery plants in the country.
We have 20-year-old people thinking about their future. We never did that.
I got things now that I never thought I could have.
Kamala, the POC savior, will save us all from climate change,
fall back on
from guns.
We went to
people
Vegas,
who want
where
to
union
legislate
workers are building
abortion.
America's first high-speed
She
rail.
will save us all,
to
Sin.
Lordstown, Ohio, where auto workers
Thank
who
you.
lost their jobs under Trump returned to work at a new battery plant.
This could be the future. This could bring industry back to Lordstown. We saw it in its heyday, and
Is
here
he
we are.
really?
We have the opportunity to make the battery.
If Michael Moore is
Milwaukee,
speaking,
where
I swear
workers
to
are
God.
replacing every
That
lead
would make
pipe in the
sense.
city.
It helps with the struggle. You don't have to struggle with 2-3 jobs. You know, you can maintain with one job.
Michael Moore.
This is my own neighborhood.
This is your old neighborhood.
Yes. Makes me feel good because I'm giving back something.
It's easy for stories like these to get drowned out by fake worker rallies at non-union plants.
Does anybody know that
Those
there's a Donald Trump event
non-union
just an hour
plants.
away from here? Yes, no?
No.
Was anybody invited to it?
But over the last 4 years,
How dare they
only
think
one
they can
party
work
has
without
invested
being part of a
trillions in clean
union.
energy, bringing back manufacturing and rebuilding infrastructure, putting workers at the center of it all. And this is just the start.
Please welcome John Russell.
Look at that mullet. Look at that mullet, y'all.
Hello, America. Thank you to the workers that make this convention happen.
Kamala Harris believes in mullets.
Let's never forget
She's going to make
how
mullets great
essential
again.
all of our labor is. I come from Appalachia. We kept the lights on in this country for generations. But the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost. Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home after years of both parties putting profit above people. Now,
This guy's a
Trump,
socialist.
a
Just so you know.
billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites.
I deserve more
But
money
then he
than that
promises handouts to
salary
big
that I
oil,
already
and
agreed
he
to
punches
take.
down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name. There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we
I hate this
in
look
West Virginia
that they all
know
got
well.
going on now. The ironic mullet and mustache thing.
They called us rednecks back in the 1920s because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now, right now. It is our choice to build on this progress and to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their workplaces, and their planet. And it is our
It just
moment
looks
to live up
stupid.
to.
It's like, if you have that
Let's
look,
get after
you're
it. Thank you
saying
very
that you
much.
want to look stupid.
It's queer. It's
like,
queer.
isn't this a funny, stupid haircut?
It's
That's kind of
queer,
what
Nick.
because no one is wearing it in earnest. No one sincerely has that. It's like, look
When
at how
our Cuba
stupid and
students
funny
passed
this
one of the
looks.
first climate justice policies in our nation, Vice President Kamala Harris showed up.
She came to highlight our initiative because she believes in us. Last year,
I might do that shot of vanilla vodka without you guys even being in the goal at this rate. I feel like I need to. Can someone please? Can you guys please just help me meet the super chat goal so I can do that shot of vanilla vodka? Please.
Kamala Harris approaches
Please.
climate policy.
I
through
am
the
begging.
eyes of
I am
future
literally
generations
begging.
like Mullet.
Please
As new
help
voters
me meet
and
the
as
super
new
chat
leaders,
goal
I'm excited
so I
to
can
join
get
Harris
more
in the
drunk than
fight
I am
for our
right now.
future.
Please. This is so painful. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Florida Representative Maxwell Frost.
I'm literally dying. I appreciate everyone who's donated so far. I don't want anyone to make it feel like I'm like,
Frost, and I'm
oh.
proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm also proud to represent Central Florida.
Thank you, Alex.
You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man,
He looks like
I'm
Chris
here to tell
Lonsdale,
you
but black.
that the climate crisis
Doesn't he?
isn't some far off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think
I
they
don't know
can
if you know that
divide
guy.
us
He's like a
by
state rep
saying
or
this
something.
crisis is some type of
Looks
hoax.
like a black version of
But
Chris
I've
Lonsdale.
walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis.
Exacerbated.
And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs. That investing in clean energy
Hey,
protects our
thanks,
health,
Murphy's Pool.
and that investing in
Hey, I
mass public
appreciate it. I
transit
appreciate it. Thank you for the
builds
super
strong
chat.
communities.
Thank you
And
for the
we
super
must
chat.
always remember that peace is essential to our climate, and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that
So
we
close,
consume
75 more dollars.
and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate
Here we go. Here we go.
crisis is
Rally.
patriotic.
Rally. Get me
And
some
unlike
vodka.
Donald Trump,
Fake.
You already got your anti-hero
patriotism is more
shirt?
than some
Awesome,
damn
Alex.
slogan on a
Thank
hat.
you.
It's about
Emily,
actually giving
thank
a damn
you.
about the people who live in this country.
W hat.
Because when you
Appreciate
love
it.
somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want
Hey,
them to have safe
Hoax,
drinking
thank
water. And when you
you.
love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our
Auto
present,
Hoax, thank
and
you.
for our people. God bless.
It's a good speech for such a young guy. I think he's like my age, right? And maybe
Yo!
it's a pretty strong speech. Obviously a load of bullshit, but well,
Nick!
actually,
We hit the goal!
the climate thing
Thank
is
you,
just so
Nick.
fake, it's not even real.
Thank you, Andre. Appreciate it.
And the thing is, I'm a big believer in
All right, all right.
the ecology.
Let me finish this here. I'm almost done it, and I'm gonna chug the next one with the vodka shot. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Greenhouse
Thank
gases
you.
are changing the climate.
Oh,
of
your
the
Mark meets world!
Earth. That I find very hard.
Rally, rally,
You know,
rally,
what do they call it? Anthropogenic climate change.
rally, rally. Thank you, Mark meets
Yeah.
world.
workers here today. Make some noise.
We just met our
Because
first
obviously,
super chat goal. I'm about to finish this here
human
first
economic
year.
activity is affecting the environment, but is it changing the temperature of the whole Earth?
We're gonna set our next super chat goal at $500. Or if you hit that one, I will do another shot of vodka after I'm done this one. Hang on, I gotta update this banner. I am gonna do.
You
I'm
want
gonna
me to turn
drink.
that?
I'm
Well,
gonna
I'll
finish
turn
the
it
rest
down
of this
later.
beer and then chug a full one for you guys, just because.
What's up, everybody? Stephen Curry here.
Oh, the Democrats are gonna
What a great
win.
honor it was to represent Team USA and go out there and win that gold medal at the Olympics this summer. And that
I am
unity
updating
on
it.
and off the
Breakthrough
court reminded
mindset.
us all that together we can do all things and continue to inspire the world. That's why I believe that Kamala, as president, could bring that unity back and continue to move our country forward. This is about preserving hope and belief in our country, making sure families can be taken care of during their most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year, and I can tell you one thing I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. So in the words of Michelle Obama, do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country. It's an honor to
All right,
support
in honor of
Kamala.
meeting the goal.
So let's all do our part. God bless.
We got a
You know what's
fresh
funny?
beer.
They all say God
Democratic
bless. They
nominee
don't
for
say
US
God bless
Congress in
America.
Alabama,
God
Shamari
bless.
Figures.
Yeah, God bless what?
Fresh beer. And we're putting a shot of vanilla vodka in it. And this
Good
is a really
evening,
tasty
America.
treat if you've never had it before. Shipyard Pumpkinhead with a shot of vanilla vodka.
Hello, sweet
I just gotta let the beer settle before I do
Alabama.
this.
I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen. Rosa
Hey, I
Parks,
appreciate that, Nick.
Fred Gray.
Special occasion. I
And it is the
appreciate you. Thank
birthplace
you.
of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by a legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is here at her 11th DNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who was also a state senator and civil rights lawyer who sued the Klan into bankruptcy. Listen, all of
right,
America,
beer is settling.
all of us owe a debt to courageous freedom fighters, both known and unknown, a debt that can never be repaid. But what we can do is ensure
See
that
now,
the work of those
the
fighters
vodka
who
is
came
going
before
in the
us
beer.
continues, and that our sacred right to vote is always protected. Kamala Harris gets
Now
this.
I'm going to get drunk.
She's working to protect our freedoms every single day. And that's why she will sign into law the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act once it is introduced again by Congresswoman Terry Sewell.
Got to let it settle.
How is it like
got a
never over?
foam at the
It's
top.
always like more voting rights.
All right, I
more
need to pee.
voting.
I'll be right back, but
They
I'm chugging
have
this
the
beer.
right to vote. You show up,
recently
you
reminded
vote.
us that sometimes we got to pop out and show up. Well, America, it's time we pop out and vote. It's time we pop out from California to Alabama.
We just need
and all
another
across
Voting
America,
Rights Act.
And we show them
What
that we
other
are not
voting
going
rights
back.
are there?
We are going forward, and we are
You
going
vote.
forward with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Roll Tide. Let's go win this thing.
As I close out my segment tonight, I got to send a quick message. Madrecita querida, I love you. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what everyday Americans are going through because, unlike Donald Trump, they actually grew up in families where every dollar mattered, where everything was earned and nothing was handed to them. Our next speaker knows something about that too. Please welcome my dear friend, our fellow Texan, our next senator, Representative Colin Ulrich.
All right. Cheers, y'all. Thank you for helping me meet that first super chat goal. Hey, we got Paul in here with a super chat too. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you.
All right.
Let me get that added to the tally.
Hey, everybody. I'm Colin Allred, a congressman from Dallas, dad to two perfect little boys. And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz.
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
And I'm so
No, you're
proud
not.
to be
Oh,
here
shit.
to support
That
our
vodka,
next
though.
president,
The vodka
Kamala
makes a
Harris.
difference. It tastes real good.
You know, like Kamala, I was raised by a single mom. Mom was a public school teacher who often worked two jobs to make ends meet. So when we talk about lowering costs, I think about the times when we went to the grocery store when I was growing up and swiped the debit card and said a little prayer. But my mom and my community in Texas gave me a chance to chase my version of the American dream. I played football at Baylor and in the NFL.
Oh, fuck.
Before becoming a civil rights lawyer and representing my hometown in Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas's Senate seat blue.
Mm-mm. Oh, my God. Hang on. I'm halfway done. Misa got in with the super chat.
For guys like Donald Trump
Nope, they're
and my
still in.
opponent, Ted Cruz.
Not
Me
naked
guys.
yet.
You know the
Appreciate
type.
you.
Talk a big game.
Oh.
Only care about themselves. But you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me.
Can't do a pure
President
shot, guys.
Obama
This is
said,
vodka. Hang on.
The single most powerful word in our
Yeah,
democracy
tits out for
is
democracy.
the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border.
How much of a simpleton do
We'll
you have to
protect
be
Medicare and Social
to be
Security.
engaged with this?
And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country.
It's pretty
We'll let
bad, Nick.
Kamala
voting for
Harris
this
be the
guy
next
because he's a
president and
we
beat
guy,
Ted
not a
Cruz.
me guy.
Thank y'all so much.
He believes
God
in the
bless
power
you.
of
And may
teamwork
God bless Texas.
and not selfishness.
Oh fuck. The struggle is real right now. I'm telling you guys. I'm working. I'm working very hard on it.
Total baby mode.
I'm Anya Cook. This is my husband, Derek, and our daughter, Anaya. 2 years ago, a
It's not your
miscarriage
fault, Judy.
nearly
It's my
killed
fault.
me.
Are you kidding? Look at her
16 weeks, my
giant
doctors
tit
told me
hanging.
to
I'm
prepare
sorry
for
for
a
the language,
stillbirth.
but
I
look at
needed
her.
care. But my state's abortion
She's a
restrictions kept it from
400-pound,
me. I miscarried in
stumpy
a bathroom.
little girl, and
I'll
she's
never forget my husband's
in the
face
cloak.
as he tried to stop the bleeding.
Really?
Trying to do what doctors should have been doing.
Did it?
When I reached
Oh
the
shit!
hospital,
Can't be
I
wearing
lost
that.
nearly
Sorry,
half
girl.
the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but
Nick is right. That dress doesn't fit. She should have had it more draped. Like, it just doesn't work. She doesn't have a good. She should have worn shapewear or something. You can get some. She's got a big belly, but she needs some shapewear to like suck
I'm
that
Craig
shit in.
And this is my mother.
Come on.
Grace. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Bryant Sicknick,
You're on national
a
TV.
hero who died after defending our country.
You
on
get
January
the goddamn
6th.
shapewear. You can take it off after.
He died a week later.
Oh. Yeah, it needed to be more,
My
or
family
just even
knows
more
how
draped.
dangerous Trump is.
Even just like a
He
better
incited the
drape.
crowd.
Like it's a
While
simple
my brother and
dress,
his
you know? It's
fellow
like
officers were putting their
there are
lives
dresses that
at
are made
risk.
for bigger girls that are nice.
We need a
and draped,
real
like
leader,
that's all I'm saying.
not an autocrat who is stuck in the past. Brian, we miss you every day.
Yep, January 6th was literally the Holocaust.
I'm Gail DeBoer. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 11. Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can finally negotiate prescription drug prices. Insulin is capped at $35 for Medicare recipients. And when elected, Kamala Harris plans to extend that cap to the rest of us. That's the future.
Hey,
I want.
Bosa-Fist.
That's the future.
The Kim
I
Iverson
am
interview's up.
voting for.
Yeah, it was on Kim Iverson's show yesterday, I think, right? It was yesterday, I'm pretty sure. So you can go
I'm
check it out on
Juana
her channel
Romero,
now.
Owner and
It's either
CEO of
yesterday or the day
Mothership
before.
Coffee in Las Vegas.
Pretty sure it was
I put
yesterday,
in
right?
work to build my
I don't even know.
business.
Time is meaningless.
When COVID hit, this administration
Maybe it was the day
support
before.
kept
I don't
us
remember.
moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled in size since the pandemic, and it's just not us. Over the last 4 years,
What's going on with their
19
hands?
million new business applications have been filed. Like
See what I'm
Trump,
talking about?
I grew up in Queens.
Yeah, our fingers
But
are all
unlike
weird.
him, I built my business with grit.
2 days ago.
That's my story. That's
What's
the
going on with
American
that?
story. Let's
That's
turn
what I
the
said,
page on
both of
Trump.
us.
She wearing some kind of a sleeve or something? What is that?
I'm Eric Fitz, and these are my sons, Christian and Carter. I always try to set an example for my boys, to teach them compassion, accountability, and resilience. I want those values to be reflected in our leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is lobbing insults or telling lies. I'm tired of all of the hate, It's time to move forward together and build a country our kids can be proud of.
So they're just black. One of them's like, oh,
I just got
insulin,
drunk.
The Capitol, abortion.
I'm feeling it now. I'm
We
feeling
just
good.
black.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I struggled to
black.
chug that whole beer with the vodka in it, but like, thank you. It just hit me very hard, and now I'm feeling good.
I'm black, I guess.
I have no pain now. It's gonna be a good night.
So they're just, yeah. That's just a black thing, I guess. A little lull in the action.
It's been like this all night, Nick.
Yeah, I
Fuentes.
don't know. That was pretty lame. Oh, another musical performance. What a treat.
Please welcome the Bulls official drumline, Chicago's own Pack Drumline.
Oh, this will be fun.
Drumline. Remember that one?
We're 3 beers in. I'm gonna open another. 3 beers plus 1 vodka. I should say that. 3 beers plus 1 vodka. You can't be not entertained by a drum line. Come on. Like, this is just good fun. Are those drums trans? They look like trans colors. Are they pink? Or is it just the lighting? Imagine being that excited about having a bass drum. Has anyone ever been that? Or cymbals? Look at that person with the cymbals. They're just excited to be there.
Where's the brass coming from? Where's the euphonium?
No one has ever been that excited to play bass drum before. Do you guys know I learned how to play the drums when I had my wisdom teeth out in high school? I was in the jazz band, and I played saxophone. I played alto saxophone. I taught myself that instrument. My brother was supposed to learn it, but he didn't want to learn it, and so I stole his saxophone. I taught it to myself because I also played the clarinet, and I took formal lessons in the clarinet. But then my brother had a saxophone he wasn't using, so I taught myself how to play the saxophone, and then I was in the jazz band. But then I had my wisdom teeth out. I couldn't bite down on the mouthpiece. So I took up the drums, and my friend taught me how to play the drums. I played the snare drum in the parade. Yeah, that was that. I still remember. Holy shit, I still remember that. Yeah.
Norwood gang on that guy. That's rough.
I mean, that bass drum is actually the most important drum. You play the brass instruments are the ones I never learned. I could play clarinet real good. I was like in like the state band for like clarinet. I almost went to music school, all that stuff. I played alto saxophone, tenor saxophone. I played the piano. I played the drums. I never learned the brass instruments though. I feel like Nick is the type that would have played the trombone. Did Nick play any instruments in school? You played the French horn? You played piano and is there anyone else in the band? You played bass clarinet? That's legit. That's legit. You played the flute? Bass and snare in the marching band?
Oh, that's a good trick.
Did you play the flute, Judy? You played the bassoon? You learned piano and clarinet? Yup. You played the triangle and the upright organ.
It was pretty good.
I wish I had learned to play the violin. No one ever gave me the option of learning to play the violin, though. I feel like I would have been really good at the violin.
I gotta say, the DNC.
I just
puts
like
on
the
a much
rhythm of
better
it.
Show. They're way better at the pageantry than the GOP.
You
Even
dabbled
the
in the
roll call,
cello,
the roll call was
percussion.
kind of cringe, but it
classic
was
guitar, classic jazz
it was
guitar.
lively. It was exciting. Someone posted on Twitter like
Party's not over.
comparing the
Trumpet,
RNC
trombone,
and the
French horn.
DNC
Brian,
roll call.
Azerwing played all of them.
Contrast was substantial.
You took violin.
What I want to see is those flags and those hands up in the air. Help me sing it out nice and loud. Y'all ready to get down and party with me one time? DNC
Everyone should have to learn how to play an instrument, I think. I really do mean that. They've all got American flags. Holy shit. The DNC handed out American
I never
flags.
liked this song.
Are you kidding me? Did the RNC hand out American flags? No. The DNC literally handed out American flags. Bruh.
That's a good song, though.
Bruh.
They're waving the flag.
They
That's
literally handed out.
I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jacking. Keep up. Players only.
Bruh. Maybe I should try to learn how to play the violin, Janet. That's a good point. I mean, it's never too late. My mother used to know how to play the violin. Maybe she still has hers around. I have to buy a violin. I have to find someone to give me lessons. I mean, learning how to read music, I feel like, is half the battle, right? They literally handed out American flags. Are you shitting me? Democrats are taking back the flag. There hasn't, yeah, exactly. This is a great point. There's been no Israel flags at the DNC. None. No Israeli flags. There were Israeli flags at the RNC. I mean, there was only a brief mention of Israel. RNC had a whole Israel fucking night.
What are we doing? Let's see who's up next.
God.
National anthem.
Damn. Oh, the national anthem. They're finally going to do the national
Kerry
anthem.
Washington.
That's what. Kerry Washington. Okay. That's an actor.
What else?
Yeah,
oh,
next
Leon
up.
Panetta speaking tonight.
Next up, the Gadsden
Gretchen
flag.
Whitmer, Adam Kinzinger.
Yep. Yep.
People are saying George Bush is going to be here.
I
got
like
Leon
the
Panetta,
cello
maybe
is
they'll
a
have
legitimately
Bush.
beautiful instrument. Can we just all agree on that? I also never learned how to play the guitar. Is the thing.
Kinzinger.
Like I always wanted to learn how to play the guitar. I feel like if I learn how to play the violin, I'm going to know how to play the guitar.
Oh,
Basically,
Pink,
right?
Pink is going to be
Basically.
performing.
And if this is your first convention,
Love
let me hear
Pink.
you make some noise.
I was born in a small town. And I live in a small town.
Basically. That's gonna be like, listen, man, Kamala Harris is gonna win the presidency. I think we can all agree on that. And after that happens, I'll still cover socialism and stuff because we all need to prepare for what's coming. We really do. We need to
So
prepare.
this is just some kind of
But
intermission.
I
Yeah, I
feel
don't
like
know.
I
I
can
mean,
pick up the violin after Kamala Harris
Today
wins
was
the presidency.
whatever so far. First hour.
Nick, you haven't even been live for an hour. Nick hasn't been suffering like we have. We've been live for 2.5 hours. Nick cheated. He didn't do the first 2 hours like we did. We've suffered for this.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah,
I feel like after the election, when Kamala Harris wins, I can take up the violin. I can learn how to play an instrument. I can even document that. Would
What
you
do you
guys like
guys
to see
think?
me learn how to play the violin? Just because we should. We're going to be sliding into the socialist
Nothing really going
utopia.
on
Like
today.
it's the time to learn how to do the things that you want to do, and it's just like I feel like if we're completely fucked anyway, we may as well do something with our time. What do you guys want to do since we're completely fucked? Let's all take this time to set a goal. It can be anything. Before we slide into the socialist utopia, what do you want to do? Put your answers in the chat. Let us know. I want to learn how to play the violin. I'd like to do psychedelics and ayahuasca again. I want to really I want to dive headfirst into all the topics I'm not supposed to talk about, like Hitler and the Holocaust and all that stuff. We're going to do that on my new show that's going to be premiering on Rumble.
One more time, make some noise.
Yeah, we can start a community band called the Gnostic Sex Cult. I think it's a good idea. I want to go on a cruise. I want to go on several cruises. I want to go on an Antarctic cruise. That's my big goal. If I really start making money, which obviously I'm going to do because the left is about to become far more relevant in our lives, I'm going to go on a cruise to Antarctica. I'm going to go see some penguins in real life. You're going to go skydiving, Mark? I think that sounds like a great idea. You want to drink, Alex? Drink.
I wonder how much Ukraine had to do with bringing the patriotism back.
Oh my God, Alex! No, Alex!
Because
No, don't do this
there
to
really
me!
was, like, as we all know, a distinct
Alex!
woke era where they legitimately would not wave the American flag. I don't know if they did it at the conventions.
Everyone's going to come to Antarctica with me.
Or 8 years ago.
We're going to go over the Drake
But we all
Passage.
know there was a distinct time when you actually couldn't be super patriotic as a Democrat or a leftist.
I've seriously been thinking about a transatlantic cruise.
And then
on
I
the
feel
Queen
like
Mary
Ukraine was
too.
really the turning point. It was like Joe
Like,
Biden's
I was looking into this
inauguration,
last
January
week.
6th,
You know, you can do a
Ukraine,
transatlantic
all
cruise
of
and then
that
you can go back. You can do a
coalesced
full loop.
and made it acceptable, and they found a version of
We're
patriotism
going to do a
that they
community
could
cruise.
embrace, talking
We are
about
going to do a
liberals.
community cruise. Does everyone want to do a
You
community
know, the
cruise?
January 6th thing,
I
that's
think
when
we'll
they
go to the
re-embraced
Caribbean.
American identity
Caribbean is
in the form
approachable.
of,
There's
oh,
snorkeling.
it's, our
There's rum.
democracy and
We're going to do
you
a
know, we're
community
the
cruise
patriots,
next
they
year.
attacked
We're
our
going to do a
capital,
community
and then
fucking
the
cruise
whole
next
thing
year.
with Ukraine and
2025
NATO,
goal.
I feel like
Community
that
cruise.
reaffirmed it again a year later.
It's going to
Maybe
happen.
the pandemic
I'm gonna make
had
it
a
affordable
rally
for
around
everyone.
the
Thank
flag
you, Alex,
effect,
for all those
although
super chats.
limited.
I'm going to
I
add
mean,
them
it
to the
obviously
total.
like a global, it was a global crisis, but
We are just shy of $400, folks. I need another
it is notable
$102
that
to hit this
for
next
a long
goal.
time they were open about hating the country.
Yeah, I want to go on a
repudiating
community
the
cruise.
country's
I'd like to go to
identity.
Cozumel. I've never
But
been
it
to
seems
Cozumel.
like just in the last 3 years, all of that changed. And it feels a lot more like it did, like
I'm
the
gonna
Bill
find
Clinton
some.
era.
I,
Feels like 20
Daniel, I
years
have to get a
25,
passport too.
30
My
years ago,
passport expired.
when there was
I have
an
to get another
American
passport.
identity that was about, you know, like I said last night, being this big gay immigrant liberal empire.
But I like St. Martin's. I've been to St. Martin's
In a way
before. I'd
that,
like to go there. I like St. Kitts. St. Kitts is full of
I don't
monkeys.
think was really there during the Obama
Curacao
years.
is
During
pretty
like the
cool.
Obama BLM years,
Aruba is great.
it was radical
I want to go to Cozumel.
and it was very black. Still pretty black.
We're gonna find a good community cruise, and we're all gonna book on the same cruise, and we're all gonna go together, and we're gonna drink, and there's gonna be revelry. Everyone's gonna get a new passport. Reagan's gonna get a new passport.
Here we go.
Bot, you're gonna get a passport. You're gonna do it. Bot, you're coming. We are gonna drag Bot out of her
What do we
fucking
got
house,
going
whether
on
she
now?
likes it or not, to go on the community cruise. You know, this is a good question. How much do we need? Can we just rent a yacht? I don't know. We can get a discount rate. Here's what we need to do. We need to do a survey to see how many people want to do the cruise with us. And then we'll come up with a number. No, I think we would either do it. No, not when kids are out of school. No. We're either gonna I would like to target the community cruise for like next August, if I'm honest about it. That would first of all be Victor's birthday.
I have to say, the whole week.
So that would help me rationalize
it's been
it.
a good show.
But we
If you're a
can
Democrat,
we
that
can
is,
target it for next August.
and you're watching this,
Try to
I
find a
think you're
cruise
getting
that's
what you
affordable for everyone. We're
expect.
dragging Bot out of her house.
It's fun. The messaging's on point. It's big, well attended. They're energetic. So
I
think
would
they
like to
put
do a
on good
Norwegian's
show.
cruise line
It's like
cruise
said
because
the
I
other
feel like
night,
they
though, I don't
include
know how
the
effective
shore
the
excursions
playbook is.
in
I don't know how
the
effective the messaging
in the
is.
cruise rate and the alcohol
They're
package.
playing
You
the
know,
greatest hits.
which
and they're
cruise line do
pandering
you
to
guys like? I've only
Democrats.
ever been on Carnival cruises. I
You know,
don't
but if
know.
I'm
I
a
don't know.
Democrat,
Like
I'm
I kind of
loving
want
the
to do
convention.
Norwegian cruise lines though because
Right?
they include the alcohol
Right?
package
I hate when people do that.
and the shore excursions and the Wi-Fi.
And I'm a hardcore conservative. I hated the RNC. I thought it sucked. I thought Trump's speech
Can
was
we
bad.
bring home a penguin if we go to
didn't
Antarctica?
like
I
JD
think they would
Vance as a
frown
pick.
on that. I
didn't
don't
like
think they even let
him.
you touch the penguins.
I didn't like their headliners.
But you do
the
go
other
to a whole
nights.
beach where there are thousands of penguins and you
I
get
thought
to
the
look at them from
RNC
afar.
was
Yeah,
shit.
actually,
And
Virgin
this, I
Cruises
think, if you're a
look legit.
Democrat, is
I've wanted to do a Virgin
phenomenal
Cruise. They look fucking
production.
awesome. I agree with that.
But I don't know how much
Norwegian
an
is
ordinary
good.
person's going to resonate
See,
with
what I
any
like
of
about
this.
Carnival is like when you go on Carnival, you're like on you're on
Please stand if
vacation.
you are able, and
The
welcome
minute you enter the
winners
boat,
of
you're on
13 Grammy Awards and the biggest
vacation.
selling U.S. female group of all time,
All
the
right.
Chicks.
The Dixie Chicks, y'all. I refuse to call them the Chicks. That's a stupid ass name. Someone sends in $100 super chat. I got to chug another beer with a vodka shot.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
3. I've only done 3 cruises. I want to do many more.
perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare.
This is bad. This is the first bad Star Spangled Banner we've heard at the DNC. This is like the Down syndrome people from the RNC.
That our flag was still there.
This is not good.
Pro-Israel Democrat.
Does that star-spangled
This is awful.
yet wave?
That was awful.
Land of the free and the home of the
Boo! That was awful. I'm not booing the Star Spangled Banner. I'm booing that performance. That was awful. That was really bad. Every other performance we've seen is better than that. That sucked.
It was a good performance.
No, it wasn't, Nick. Nick is wrong.
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
Actor. Kerry Washington played a character that had an affair with the president.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention.
Oh, this is when the real show starts. I understand now. Okay. This is when the actual performance starts.
We hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a Black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am American. and
Nick's
because I am
eyes
a
could not have
voter.
rolled back further in his head if he had tried.
When all our voices are heard.
You notice they say that now.
You've
They
done
don't say
10
slaves,
cruises
they
as
say
a wing?
I am
enslaved
the one
people.
standing on this stage.
What was
but
your
I
favorite
am
place to go
not
to?
Just like they
the
don't
lead
say homeless
character in
anymore. They
this
say
story.
the unhoused.
You are.
Thank you for the super
Unhoused
chat.
people.
You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy.
$95 more
It is
until
you,
I
not
drink that
me,
next
who
vodka
have
shot.
the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones.
Let's
Everybody
make a
take out your
viral
phones. We're gonna
video,
make a moment.
y'all.
Can somebody bring me
That'll
my
get
phone?
Kamala elected.
I want to capture this historic
You know,
moment.
I wouldn't mind.
and
I want to do
share
a
it
river
with the
cruise in
people that we
Egypt.
love.
I want to go down the Nile in Egypt. Oh, look. They've reunited. The president she slept with. Oh, man. The weather ruined your proposal?
Take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media.
Yo.
Text your friends. Send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say, are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight. When we fight. When we fight. Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins.
The dude had no idea what was going on. He was just like, he's just like happy to be there.
It. We did it, Joe. Thank
We
you,
did
Tony.
it, Joe.
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
That is cack. We did
Okay,
it, Joe.
so listen.
We did it.
It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle
I do
or
love that.
pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's
Oh,
name.
my God.
So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not.
Brother.
Please.
So tonight,
Her name
we are going to
Kamala.
help everyone get it
Kamala.
right.
Kamala.
Her
me are some
name
very
Kamala,
special guests.
bitch.
I'm going to start calling her Kamala.
Oh,
they're.
brother. Get my name right, bitch. My name Kamala, bitch.
Your name?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
The Democrat
Teach
convention
you
is
how to
just
say
like
your auntie's name.
the whole thing is black women.
Okay.
My
so how
God.
do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say
Kamala.
la like la 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 la.
Kamala, la, la,
Put
la,
it
la, la, la,
together,
la.
and it's 1, 2, 3. Kamala.
Kamala.
All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Kamala.
Everybody over here, say comma.
Kamala.
Everybody over here, say la.
Kamala.
Together.
You will not tone police me, children. The DNC knows how to use children against us. Kamala. Kamala.
This whole like get her name right, you white bitch thing is so obnoxious.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Ella Emhoff, queer. Queer. Ella is queer. They probably made her look real nice. Now look at all her queer tattoos.
Oh my goodness.
Look at all those queer
Look
tattoos.
at this freak show.
Hi, I'm Mina. I'm Ella. And I'm Helena.
Yikes.
I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma,
She's good looking.
and my auntie, who showed me
Nick
the
likes
meaning of
Asian
service.
women. He just wants
Helping
them to
her
make him a
sister,
bento box.
17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me. Now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously, a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me.
And then I decided I was
She was
queer.
patient,
Yeesh.
caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
She looks like a guy, straight up.
She's queer, Nick.
I have never seen a woman that looks more like
Kamala
a guy.
Harris is my
And that includes
godmother.
Michelle Obama.
To me, her advice means
She's
everything.
queer.
Whether it's pursuing my passions,
I'm not saying that to
making
be
an impact,
We
mean.
tried
finding
so
hope
hard
like a
to
man.
when the
teach
world doesn't
Nick
feel
that
so
she was
hopeful.
queer.
She taught me that making a
We
difference
tried so
means
hard,
giving
we
your
failed.
whole
That's
heart
okay.
and taking action.
And
That's the point.
tattoos are
She's fighting for economic
horrible.
opportunity.
The tattoos are
LGBTQ+
socialist, Nick.
Equality
Hang on.
and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice,
She's got broader
health
shoulders than I
justice,
do.
environmental justice. And she isn't alone. We're all in this
Hey,
fight
Lady of the
together.
Lake. I'd love to travel
So
the
let's
Caribbean,
keep
go
up the
scuba diving.
fight.
I've never really
Let's
cared to
keep
go on
up
a
the
cruise.
joy.
Yeah,
And let's
Caribbean
elect
cruise,
this
you go snorkeling
extraordinary
or scuba
woman
diving.
as our next
I appreciate it. We're going to do that next year. We are $90 more away from the next super chat goal, guys. If you want to see me pound a shot of vodka and a
What
beer,
in the world?
that is our next goal.
Please welcome
I'm so
actor
sick
and
of the
comedian
freaks, man. I wish we
D.L.
had a country
Hughley.
of just like normal looking people.
Never going to happen, Nick. We're going to get more and more queer. Like, what the fuck is this?
Hey now, hey Chicago, how y'all doing?
What's with the beard?
What's happening?
Why is the beard
California?
gray but the hair is not? I'm so confused.
No, wait. Where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing 93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican.
Well, that's true enough. That is true.
And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her.
That's true. Hey, someone just ordered from the merch store. Let's see what you got.
Of course, Kamala's getting
Maria.
broad support. They got black
Maria,
men
you got
for
some cool
Kamala,
stuff, girl.
white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans.
Remember, guys, when
for
you order
Kamala.
merch from my merch store, unwokeart.com, make sure you take a picture of the merch when you get it.
Republicans for
Tweet
Kamala.
at me,
I guess Donald
send
Trump
it to
will
me.
finally know
Oh,
what it's
shit.
like when you get left for a younger woman.
Request fulfillment? Yes.
All the old roasties are gonna love that one. Fags and roasties are eating that one up.
There
But,
we go.
Seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream. That hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very
He
things.
is funny though.
As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher,
Yo, the pint glasses are cool, right? It's like a collector's item.
there is no way that I
Make
would
sure you
have
take a
believed you.
picture, send it to me. Thank you for your purchase, Maria.
But
Thank you for your support.
Because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search.
Yo, I've had that happen to me.
So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I am. I was wrong. I was wrong.
Humiliation
and I'm so
ritual.
very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you, the best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
You know, that's actually really good advice. You don't need to know what you will do, but know what you won't do. That's actually good advice. Sometimes Democrats give out good advice. We have to acknowledge that.
That was pretty good.
The energy in this room is electric. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Now you're just making things up, Murphy
Please
Spool. Come
welcome
on.
Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from
Righteous
either side,
anger.
and there would have been
Righteous
bloodshed.
anger. Leftist riots
didn't
are
happen.
righteous anger, according to the police.
We
That's
laid
just
down
great.
our riot gear, and we embraced the community. And instead of hate, we chose hope.
Wow. Wow. The police are allowing righteous anger,
On
guys.
January 6th, the opposite occurred.
That was righteous anger
That
too,
day
bro.
was paved with division, deceit.
Yeah, when
and
BLM
denigration.
does it, it's righteous anger.
Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris
Stunning and
is
brave.
that leader.
Stunning and
The
brave.
cops are here to unify the community.
As a prosecutor, Kamala
Somebody
Harris
call the
protected
cops.
us
We need to
by
unify.
putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see.
Call 911.
As vice president,
We need unity.
she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand where I
Not
come
feeling
from,
very united. Call the cops.
crime is down and police funding is up.
When you're at Burger King at 3 a.m. and like a black guy's
As
chimping
president,
out,
Kamala Harris will
you need to call
unify our country.
911. Hello.
She will bring us together
We need unity.
because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies. One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala
This guy
Harris
is so insufferable.
and turn hate into hope yet again.
Let's turn hate into hope, y'all.
It's crazy that they have a cop at the DNC.
Democrats aren't socialists, Nick Fuentes.
After BLM 4 years ago when they were saying abolish the police.
Democrats are not socialists,
Now
y'all.
they have a cop on stage. Just goes to show they are pivoting.
They're
At
not
least
Nick
in terms of
Fuentes.
style,
Democrats
not
are
in
not
substance.
socialists. They're not pivoting.
Reports of an active shooter at a high school.
They were always the same.
So many of these shootings since they were
Republicans just confused Democrats for socialists, and they lied to everyone, gave everyone the wrong impression, and that's why Republicans always lose, because they don't bother to fact check and really know what they're talking about. They just complain on Twitter, and then everyone believes it's true, but Democrats were not socialists.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
"You never get
W.
over it." Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street. As attorney general, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As vice president, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation
Mark.
in 3 decades.
$85 more, and
Keeping
I will
guns
chug
out of the
another
hands of
beer with a
criminals,
vodka shot.
expanding
True.
background checks, closing loopholes.
Squeeze me.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala understands the fight we're in.
The power is with the people.
God, when
And
you
gives
really
people
see the
like me
propaganda take
survivors
over,
of
it's just
hope.
like, it is something else, man. It is something else. No one in the Democratic Party was for Kamala running a month ago, and look at the propaganda machine that they've created.
For every town.
Please
All
welcome
around her.
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
LOL.
When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my
I'll give a
second
small
graders.
boost before bed. This is the only
Suddenly,
carry I'm giving.
a loud
Thank you,
crash,
Azerwang.
like
Thank
metal
you. Thank
folding
you. I
chairs
appreciate you.
falling. 100.
Guys, we need like $60 more.
gunshots
60 more dollars, and then I will chug a beer with a
hiding
vodka
in the
shot.
coats, trying to sing with my students.
Yep, I've already had
trying
one
to
vodka
read to
shot.
them, trying to drown out the sounds, terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old
Oh, when
daughter,
the
Lexi,
cops
for
didn't do
receiving
anything?
all A's.
When the cops refused to go in
She
the school?
receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
I mean, it's tragic. I'm not trying to say it's not tragic. I'm just saying that this is political theater.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
Hey, thanks, Janet. Yeah, I saw you got that t-shirt. That's a good idea.
When my classmate got shot.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm taking a screenshot of that, Janet.
I started worrying about living.
Thank you.
To take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and
This
drop.
guy's full of shit.
That what happens in the news can happen to me.
That's so pathetic.
But I
Like,
learned something
one
else
of them's
too.
like, my kid got killed. The other one's
That
like,
we can write and must write a new
I was
story
there.
if we choose to.
I was there and nothing happened to me.
Our stories of loss. But
Banning
make
guns isn't
no
going to stop it.
mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe.
Everyone knows gun violence is a minority gang problem.
Leaders like Kamala Harris,
This is just about disarming white people.
who won't just empathize, but will act.
White people have AR-15s. White people are a threat to.
I need to pee.
in
I'll be
the
right
event
back.
Of a civil disorder crisis, they're the ones that would challenge the government. So it's about taking their guns with the pretext of the kids. It's like a false. It's like, it's like the Hamas attack. It's a false flag. Every time there's a mass shooting, it's
Please
like a
welcome
false flag
Former Arizona Representative Gabby
where they purport that
Giffords.
it's white gun owners so that they could go in and declare war on white people. Because it is true. There's hundreds of millions of guns in this country. The government is disconcerted by that. I want to take the guns.
Hello, fellow Americans! I'm Gabby Gifford. I was born in the great state of Arizona! I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles,
All right, I'm back.
walking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything.
I mean, she did get shot in the head. You have to have some respect for that.
Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president.
Nah.
She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access.
Excuse me.
She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo!
Okay, Kamala. Is that it? Mark Kelly's not even going to speak?
I feel bad for her. That's sad.
She did get shot in the head.
But good for her. Good energy.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Don't listen to them. They're trying to take your guns. They're trying to take your guns, white man. We will never give them up. We will never give up our guns.
Grammy-winning singer-songwriter
Because of crying kids or women.
Pink.
W Pink.
Nick likes Pink. Look at him smile. Look at Nick smile for Pink.
We can see in the dark.
Love. Remember Pink? I feel like she's not around anymore.
Nick is so adorable when he likes
But I always
women
loved
that
her.
really he shouldn't. Like me.
But this song,
And
I don't
Pink.
even know this song. Play a good song.
Billions of beautiful hearts.
That's Pink's daughter, I think. Daughter.
Is that a boy or a
Queer.
girl?
Girl.
us
Hang on.
down the river too far. What about us?
Oh, this song. I know this song.
Times you said you had the answer.
Come on.
What about
No!
us?
What about all the broken happy ever after?
Hey, Alice. Yeah, I know this is expensive. I know. I've been researching that too, bro.
What about love? What about trust? What about us?
$45 more for me to chug a beer with a vodka shot.
Play a better song, though. I don't love that. This one's good. Okay, I guess. It's good, but...
We are children. You need to be loved.
I do like some of Pink's songs. I like You in Your Hand. That's a good song. What other Pink songs do I like? There was one ballad that she did that was about like alcohol or something, I think.
Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us?
What about all the broken happy ever afters?
That must be your daughter or something, right?
Weird daughter.
What about all the plans that ended in disaster?
Was it So What, the one I like? Sober. I like Sober. That's the one I like.
What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then are you ready? Are you ready? I don't want control. I want to let go. Now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us?
What about all the broken happy ever afters?
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Great performance. Great performance.
Again, I love it when Nick likes women. He shouldn't. Because it's always surprising. You just never
The
know.
performances have been good.
Yep.
Stevie Wonder, Pink. Who else played? I didn't recognize the country people the first night.
Yeah, her daughter's got a good voice.
Global
Hopefully she
security
remains a daughter and doesn't turn into
and
a son.
global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic
I'm
ideals
stealing that tweet, Milo.
of freedom
Tweeting that right
and
now.
liberty inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security.
I love America.
I did not
It's
really
so
have a
awesome
hangover.
that
I was
we
a little
rule the
sluggish.
world.
A
Please
little
welcome
sluggish. I laid down
Arizona
for part of the
Senator
day.
Mark Kelly.
Imagine being
I feel
some
better
other
now, though,
country
'cause
that
I'm
has,
drunk again.
no submarines or no military.
And if I get $45 more
I mean,
for super chats,
I
I'm doing
know the
another
Democrats are
vodka
gay and
shot in a
everything, but
beer.
it's awesome that the two candidates debate over
Hello,
like who rules the
Chicago.
world.
Hello, Democrats.
I know it's Jews technically, but still cool. Still cool as hell. Nukes, aircraft carriers,
So,
still epic.
President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink.
We just have to make it
Gabby
a white Christian
amazes me
empire.
every single day.
Then it'll be awesome.
She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist.
I think he probably would have been a better vice president.
We all need a team. I've
Even
flown
president,
into space
honestly.
4 times.
Hey, Andre.
I've flown into combat.
We know Kamala will disarm us.
nearly
Law-abiding
40
owners and allow
times.
queer socialists that infiltrated her institutions more ankle bracelet
Not
monitors to be cut off by
once
criminals,
did
like
do
I
that
saw
by myself.
Monday in Cleveland. Yep.
It took a team.
Very, very
to
true.
accomplish
Very
a
true.
mission.
Thank you for the super
it always
chat.
does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War.
All right,
America
$35 more and I will
rallied
drink a
our
vodka
allies
shot with a beer.
to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong.
Oh, come on!
Iran,
Seriously.
North Korea,
No.
and especially
You know what? We're
China
going to war with Iran
watch
either way.
closely. What's Trump's answer? He
If
invited
Crowder is
Russia
doing
to
this,
do-
then
and these are
Crowder
his
is even
words,
more of a
not mine.
retard than I could have
Whatever
possibly
the
thought.
hell they want.
Because any idea that Kamala Harris is an actual communist sounds stupid to
Vice
literally
President Harris
anyone who has actually
always
listened to real
championed
communists and socialists. And
America's
if you don't
support for
believe me,
NATO,
then you need to come back for
for
Socialism
Ukraine,
Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. You need to watch the streams during the week where we're talking
for
about the
the
far left. We're
Ukrainian
doing deep dives
people.
into the far left. Because once you listen to the far left, I promise you, Mustard Seed, because you
On the
don't
Senate
show up for
Intelligence
Socialism
Committee,
Saturday.
she
I know who goes to
investigated Russian
Socialism
interference in
Saturday.
our election.
Any single person
She
who goes to
defends
Socialism Saturday
free,
knows
fair
that the
elections
idea that Kamala
everywhere.
Harris is a real socialist
You
is
already
downright
know
fucking
how Trump
retarded.
feels about those.
Retarded.
Donald Trump
I'm
skipped
sorry.
his intelligence briefings.
That's bullshit.
He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself.
I wish. Imagine.
Kamala Harris is a
Thinks
cop
that Americans
that's talking
who have
about
made
being a
the
cop
That would be
ultimate
so cool.
sacrifice
at her convention.
are suckers
Socialists
and
fucking hate
losers.
cops. Socialists want to abolish the prison industrial complex. They want to get
Imagine
rid of
if
all
everyone had to
prisons.
call him leader.
and make him the
Yo,
commander-in-chief.
Benjamin
Everyone had a portrait of him on their
Jackson!
It would
house.
be us.
I pledge allegiance
Hey, thanks, Benjamin
to leader
Jackson.
Trump
Kamala Harris
and the United States of
knows
America.
that standing with our allies
Who's got that
means
$25 super chat and
standing
wants me to
up
drink a
for
vodka shot with a beer?
Americans.
I know one
I
of you's
pledge
got it.
allegiance to President
$25.
Trump.
Modernizing our military to support
And I
our
will get even
troops
more drunk than I am
and
right
to
now.
support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz.
All right, forgiven. All right, Mustard Seed. All right.
The world laughs at Trump, literally.
That's
But
rich.
folks,
Will I finish this
it is
beer
not
Yeah, they don't
before
laugh
we
at
get
Joe
to
Biden.
the
When he was president,
next super chat?
that meant the world was laughing
That's
at
all right,
us.
Murphy Spool. You've done your part.
The threats we face are too serious.
If you're watching on Rumble,
The
you can send a super chat as
sacrifices our
well.
service
I see
members
those
made
too. They count towards the total.
Are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical.
You already sent a super chat.
That's
You're
what's
excused.
at stake
Unless you
now.
want to send me more, and that's fine
And the
too.
the
But you don't
choice
need to
isn't even
apologize. You
close.
already did your part.
But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, Let's prove
See,
that America is still
when you
the
try
leader
to
the world
explain
needs
socialism to normal
today
people, you understand
by
why I yell on the
electing
internet,
leader
don't you?
we need right now, Kamala
You
Harris.
understand. It's not
Thank
just
you,
me.
everybody.
When you try to
Thank
explain
you.
socialism to normal people, and you've seen
Can I
real
take that
socialism,
back?
my
Low
friend,
energy
you know what
speech,
real
Tim Walz
socialism
better.
looks like. You've seen it right in front of you. You try to tell real people, they think you're making stuff
Please
up. They
welcome
think you're
That's
kidding.
your
They don't know
global
what they're
homo
talking
speech,
about,
by the way.
and it
Leon
gets
Panetta.
frustrating real quick. This is my life every day, where I try to explain socialism to real people, and they say,
Wait a
we
second, I
already
was
know what
thinking
socialism
he
is.
was
We
under
watch clips of
Obama. I said
TikTok, and I
earlier, oh,
say,
maybe
you don't
Bush
know
is here.
shit, Steven Crowder.
He was under Obama. I forgot.
My fellow
You've
Americans,
seen it. You've
I'm
seen it
proud
in
to
real
have
life.
served
The struggle
in the
is
Army,
real, my friend. The
the
struggle
Congress,
is
the
real.
White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors
Oh, you reported my
and
stream?
deployed
Oh,
them
no.
into battle.
Oh, no. You sent two
I
whole
gave the
reports
order
about me. Oh, no. Whatever will I
directing
do?
our Special
However will I
Operations
survive?
Forces
You reported my
to fly
stream.
2
Do
helicopters
you know I can make a copy of that
150
stream and
miles
edit out
into
any parts that
Abbottabad
they don't like? In
at
fact, I've
night.
already done that. So there's already a
And
backup
by the
copy.
time the
So
sun
even if you
rose,
get that stream pulled down because you
Osama
are
bin Laden
you
was
are a
dead.
censorious piece of garbage, there will be a backup replacement, my friend. You want to pull that nonsense on the
Because-
internet? What a cuck ass loser!
Because nobody
How much
attacks
of a
our
how much of a
country
how
and
much of
gets
a
away
soy
with
boy
it.
loser
Nobody.
faggot are you? Do you report my stream because you don't like Nick Fuentes?
That means Israel's
We
days are
don't
numbered.
care.
That's what our
We don't
warriors
care.
do.
We already have
Kidding.
That's what
backup
our
plans for
warriors
people
do.
like you. What
Our
a sad
warriors
little bitch
need
you are in
a
your
tough,
mama's basement.
Cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America.
If only.
We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now.
I absolutely disavow the N-word. I disavow the N-word every time Nick Fuentes used it. Disavow the hard R, disavow the A. What I do not disavow is calling someone a faggot who reports my streams for language they don't like. I do not disavow that. In fact, I
wish
embrace
there was
that
one
because
convention
that
where
is
we didn't hear
exactly
about
what
Reagan.
he is.
Just one.
That is exactly what that little bitch is, and we should remember that. I don't want anyone to take offense. I love gay men. Gay men make up half of my audience. Gay men love me. Lesbians love me too, Mark. Don't get it twisted.
And she does it in
But
heels.
sometimes words have to be used. And sometimes those words are just perfect for censorious little bitches who insist on enforcing their tone ideals on others.
This is
They
effectively
could just leave, go watch something else. They don't need to be here, do
neocon
they?
Speech.
Donald Trump does not understand.
Look, Mitchell, who is
And
gay,
there's
is
no
giving me the
anti-war
F word
party in
pass.
Understand the
Any other gay men
service
here
and
tonight want to give me an F word pass?
of our
I know there's got to
military.
be more
There
than
was an
one.
anti-war
Most of the men
consensus
who
like
watch
15
me are
years
gay.
ago. It's totally
Are
gone.
not suckers.
Anyone else giving me
They
an
are
F word
not
pass tonight?
losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris.
I got
will
another
honor
pass,
our
another
veterans.
F word pass from another gay
And in
man.
Tim Walz,
You want to try my audience?
we
My
will
audience
have
don't
a
care if I
vice
use the
president
F word. My
who has
audience
served
understands.
in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands.
Greg says I
this
can do it too.
moment.
Thank you, Greg.
It is a moment.
Thank you, Greg, for
of
your service.
danger and a moment
Thank you.
of opportunity.
Exactly. If the
She'll
word
keep
applies.
America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps.
Oh, really? What a joke.
Wait, what Americans are we putting in
believes
camps?
that
There's lots
shit?
of Americans I would like to put in camps.
Every president.
Also, it is for
Every
that.
Misa, I can call
It
you an
definitely
engine.
is for that, though. It's
World
literally
Bob
you
gives
have
me
it
an R-word
backwards.
pass.
Republican
Well, that's
and
good because I
Democrat
might have to call James Lindsay a retard from now
That is
every now and
actually the
again.
purpose of the military is to
So
round
it's
them
good to
up
have that R-word pass.
and
See,
deport
listen,
them.
Every
the F word is
president
not about
has
being gay.
honored our
Most gay
veterans
men are not
and their
F words. We don't need to be belligerent
president
with that word.
but one.
We only use it when it's
But
appropriate. Another F
So
word
we
pass.
face a
Yup.
critical
Excellent.
choice.
Excellent.
To vote
Gay
for
pass.
someone who stands
I always get
with
the
our
R word pass.
military and stands
True.
up for
Murphy's Pool,
democracy,
you're giving me the R word
or
pass as
someone
well.
who will disrespect our heroes.
You know,
and
we don't use those
undermine
words all the
our
time,
democracy.
just when they are
My
appropriate.
fellow Americans,
Just
there
when
is
they suit
only
the
one
moment.
choice.
Got to keep those
One
words in your
choice.
back pocket. Can't just use them all the time. They lose their impact, just like
And let me tell you
conservatives calling
something.
everyone they disagree with a
When
groomer
she takes
has no meaning
her
anymore.
oath of office,
Got to
as
keep it
she
and
will
hold it
this
until you really mean
January,
it. And when someone reports my channel for language they don't like, that person is a faggot, y'all.
allies
That
will
person
cheer.
is a
Our
faggot.
enemies will fear. And we
I
will
stood up
have
for
a
the gays when it
commander-in-chief
wasn't popular, and I'd
that
do it
we can
again.
trust.
I'd
God
do
bless
it
our
again.
veterans, and God bless our country.
Kevin's giving me an F word pass. I told you my audience is full of gay men who love me, and they don't care if I use that word when it is appropriate and necessary.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections.
Almost
W
that
pizza.
time. Alex, make me do math. Alex, make me
Other
do
kids
$12.50 super
were happy
chat.
because they were at Harvard.
We
I was
are
happy
so
because I
close,
finally
y'all.
had a mattress.
We are so close to
Then
that next beer.
I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq.
I
They
need
called
13
us
more dollars. 13 more
Lucky
dollars
Lima.
for a beer with a vodka
But our
shot.
luck ran out.
Thank you,
We saw
Alex,
some
for
of the
your
heaviest
support.
combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation.
Oh, Daniel, I need now $3 more.
For the
$3 more.
Vietnam
One more
veteran and
$5
Buckeye
super
who
chat or
relies on the
$3
vehicle's
super chat if you're so
medication.
inclined.
For the Afghan
We are
veteran
so
in
close.
Pittsburgh
I need $3
who
more
finally got
to
treatment
do a
for his
beer with a vodka
PTSD.
shot. Thank you,
For the
Daniel.
Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits
Kind
she
cultists
earned.
and
For my Navajo
comrades,
brothers
join me
and
in
sisters who
rhyme.
serve the Marines
Come
with
lift
me,
up your
I
voices in
remember you
chorus with
too.
mine. Come lift up your voices, all grief to refrain. For we
Kamala
might
Harris
never
and
get to
Tim
meet
Walz
here
are
again.
fighting for them.
Oh, Daniel.
Kamala Harris has
Daniel
delivered
put us
more
over the top,
benefits
y'all.
to more
He did it.
veterans than ever before.
He did
and
it.
has
Hang on. Let me
achieved
get
the
that.
lowest veterans unemployment rate
Here we go.
in history.
Yes, Grant T-Tone, you can
Vice
donate
President Harris has stood up
$14.88.
for
Yes, you
us
can.
and our
Daniel said,
families
"Here's to a
always.
health. Here's a health to
Tim
the
Walz
cult."
served for
And one of our
24
last.
years.
Let
His
us
passion
drink
for
and be
veterans
merry.
earned him respect
All
on both
out
sides
of
the
one
aisle,
glass. Let
and
us
he
drink and
stands
be
with
merry.
us,
All
too.
grief to refrain.
In fact,
For we may or might
me
never
introduce you
all
to
meet
some of the
here again.
many
That's like an
Democrats
Irish
who
proverb, Daniel.
understand
I appreciate
what
you.
service
Thank you,
means,
Daniel.
because we put country over politics.
Cheers. Cheers, my friend. We have met a $500 super chat goal, ladies and gentlemen.
We're proud to wear the
Let me just
uniform.
finish this beer and I will get a fresh beer.
And we're proud
And I will
serving
chug
our
that fresh
country
beer with a vodka shot.
in
Let me just
city
finish this
halls,
one.
State capitals, the U.S. House, and
I'm
the
about to get
Senate.
real drunk, y'all. Who's here for it? Who's here? I'll start
These
leaving the rest of this
veterans
here. Why not?
represent the best of our country. We stand united.
It's pretty good visual.
As veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves.
Damn. Now we got to prepare for the big show. Hang on. Let me update that goal.
But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't
Our
stand
next super
with
chat
us.
goal will be $800.
They call patriots
You hit
like
that
Senator
one, I
McCain
will probably be on the
losers.
floor before the rest of the night.
John McCain was an American hero. Show some
There's
respect.
our beer.
Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect.
And there is our vodka shot, y'all.
for the
There is our vodka
18-year-old
shot.
who
Hang on, I'm going to
decides
make a
to enlist.
concoction.
For the families like mine who prayed every
We're
night
all
that their
getting
loved
drunk
one would
tonight.
come home.
Once every
For our
4 years,
troops
we can do this
stationed
together.
thousands of miles away. For my Marines of Lima Company.
Once every 4
let's
years is
elect
perfectly
Kamala Harris
appropriate.
and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our
All right.
service,
All right.
but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country
Let me make this little
aren't just the
beautiful
reason we
concoction.
can sleep at night.
That is a
They're the
Shipyard
reason
Pumpkinhead
we
beer.
can dream.
And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pour half that
And
beer.
together,
And then halfway
together,
through, I'm going to pour that
we'll
vodka
fight
shot
for
in the
our
beer.
veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Country. All right, we'll leave that for another day. I'm pouring that vodka shot in that beer because you guys met that super chat goal. And this is a little treat. If you never had it, it is a Shipyard Pumpkinhead beer with a shot of vanilla vodka. It's got to be vanilla, y'all. No citrus. I guess whipped cream could probably work. No raspberry. It's got to be vanilla.
They're doing the veteran thing. Good optics for them.
All right, now I'm going to pour the rest of that here beer over that vodka
Flags,
shot. That's
the
going to mix it
USA,
up all nice.
Posters, the veterans. It's good
Gotta
optics.
settle those. Got some foam.
It's a
I'm
good
going to
look
go to
for
the
them.
bathroom. I'll be right back. I got to pee, y'all. I'll be back in a minute.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch.
Nobody calls you that.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an
W.
insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, She'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family.
All right, I'm back, y'all. I'm back.
She's
Benjamin
lived
Jackson, thank you for that
a
$2
life
super chat.
like ours.
Gretchen.
She knows
Who was here
us.
for Gretchen Watch? Anyone remember
Donald Trump
Gretchen
doesn't
Watch?
know you
I used to do like a regular segment about Gretchen
he
Whitmer and all the crazy
understands
shit she
that
did in
when your
Michigan
car
during
breaks
COVID.
down,
And we
you
had a
can't
whole
get to
introduction
work?
and everything. It was called Gretchen Watch.
His first word was probably chauffeur.
Anyone remember? One's in the chat if you were here for Gretchen Watch.
You think he's ever
You're an
had to
OG of
take
this
items
channel if
out of
you
the
remember
cart
Gretchen
before
Watch.
checking
LK,
out?
I know you were here.
Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery
Yup,
store?
LK remembers. I became a supporter specifically due to Gretchen Watch.
That's what the chauffeur is for.
You even voted in the opening poll.
But Kamala Harris,
She stinks.
she gets us. She
Alex, you
sees
remember Gretchen
us.
Watch? Yup.
She is us.
Vince remembers Gretchen Watch. She's
She
been here a
is
long
us.
time.
Kamala
in the
Harris
day,
is me.
Bob was not
I
here for
am
Gretchen Watch. You
Kamala
missed out. We had a
Harris.
whole introduction for Gretchen
past few
Watch.
years. Floods and
That
fires
lipstick is awful, Gretchen. I'm just going to
an
be honest.
attempted coup,
Gretchen, that lipstick does
a
not
plot,
suit you.
and a pandemic.
That lipstick could have been
It's
darker. She could have
exhausting.
looked like Cruella DeVille.
We don't know what the next 4
Why
years
is she
will
wearing
bring.
hot pink lipstick? Gretchen,
But
you are
what
not
we
a teenager,
do know
girl.
is this. Through it all,
You are not a
your
teenager.
life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids.
Gretchen could have gone
and
with a
pay your
nice
bills.
deep purple or even a deep
And
red.
then
That would have been
one
fine.
day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off.
Yeah,
Something
Gretchen
happened.
is a villain. Gretchen is not a
Something
hero.
hit the
Gretchen is a
fan.
villain. She needs a
You'll
good dark
ask,
purple lipstick.
Is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask,
Can't pull off the hot
the
pink.
hell
All right,
is in
y'all. I got to
charge?
chug this beer with the vodka shot. Cheers. Thank you for
What
supporting my work. I
if
appreciate you.
It's him. What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago,
Bruh.
Gretchen. You know about Gretchen. Mar-a-Lago, Gretchen.
I know.
Aren't you just
In a
jealous you didn't get
crisis,
invited?
We need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together.
He's so ominous. The aura's
Right
insane.
now,
What if it's
before the crisis,
him? He's
is
him.
when we get to choose.
What if it's him?
Why wouldn't we choose
That
a
man.
leader who's tough, tested, and
Ugh.
a total badass?
I feel like Gretchen also went
He's
to the
literally
tanning
him.
parlor
I
for this
know
speech.
who I want as our commander.
Gretchen shouldn't be this tan. She's from
America,
Michigan. Why is
let's
Gretchen
choose
this
Kamala
tan?
Harris.
Gretchen went to the tanning bed at Planet Fitness, y'all.
She's weird. And what's with the lipstick?
See? Nick Fuentes knows. Nick Fuentes knows Gretchen shouldn't have been wearing that lipstick. See, Nick understands. Nick and
Please
I share a
welcome
brain at
actress,
times.
director,
Not all the
and
time, thankfully, but
philanthropist,
sometimes he and I
Eva
share a brain.
Longoria.
Just the way it goes. Nick Fuentes likes pink. I like pink. Nick Fuentes thinks Gretchen Whitmer had bad lipstick. I do too. How many other things will we agree upon tonight? Who knows? Yup, y'all. Nick knows style. He
I
does.
am so excited to be
He does.
here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment. And y'all
Eva
are part of
Longoria.
it.
I didn't even know Eva Longoria was still alive, y'all.
Look, I have known
She was in that Desperate
Kamala Harris
Housewives
for
show
more
back
than
in
a
the day. Another
decade,
blueberry, yep.
And she comes
Well,
from
you kind of got to be a little bit of a bigger girl to be the blueberry. You got to be a little bit of a bigger girl. Like if
We
I
were
wore all
raised
blue, they call me a
knowing that
blueberry, though I'm not
no one was
actually as
gonna
big as
hand
people think.
us
But
anything,
I'm definitely not as
especially as
big as
women.
that Alicia
we were
girl
gonna
that was
have
on
to
earlier
touch
that did look like a
every
blueberry. I
rung
feel
of
pretty
the
good about
ladder
that.
to get ahead.
Hey.
We were going to have to work really hard.
Well, I wear black,
Now,
y'all.
she worked at McDonald's, but
Well,
I
I wear
worked at
black. I'm not
Wendy's.
going to be accused of being no blueberry on the internet.
And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able
I got to
to
work
see
on this beer,
beyond
y'all.
the
Sorry for the
horizon
lack of chug. It's got a
because our
vodka shot in it.
families
You'll have to
supported
forgive
our
me for
big
that.
dreams.
I'm
Well,
slowing
guess
down.
what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia.
No familia. No familia. No bueno.
And
No
as
bueno.
familia, we
Eva.
have to have each
No
other's
bueno.
back.
No
We
bueno.
have to
No
support each
familia.
other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success.
I am Kamala Harris. We are all Kamala Harris.
She supports us to dream big too.
There is no us.
let me tell
There's
you, in the
only
Latino
her.
No
and we are
familia,
her.
por favor.
Si se puede, which means
Si se puede.
yes. It means yes we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you.
No si
yes,
se
she
puede.
can. So we're gonna say she se puede.
No taco.
So when
No
someone asks
taco,
you,
no
"Is she ready
burrito,
to
no
move the
nachos,
Innovation.
no
country forward?"
guacamole,
We're gonna
Eva.
say,
No
"She
ceviche.
se puede." When somebody says, "Is she qualified for the job?" We're
Yeah.
gonna say,
Go back to
"She
la
se
bibliothèque.
puede." When somebody asks, "Is she gonna be the first female president of the United States?" We're gonna say, "She se puede."
No quiero Taco Bell.
We're gonna decide the selection. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here
No
in Chicago,
queso, por
it's all
favor.
across
No
the
queso.
country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello.
No afuera.
That's a good idea.
No.
All right.
I decline the
We
pico
know how
de
to
gallo.
work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November.
Oh
5th.
no, Adam
Let's go.
Kinzinger.
She said
That
puede.
Adam's
She
gonna
said
cry
puede.
probably. Adam's gonna cry because he was a Republican and he realized that he was really a Democrat in his soul. And then Adam sold out to Liz Cheney and the January 6th committee.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam
A MAGA
Kinzinger.
walkaway, y'all. Everyone loves Adam here. No one loves
This
Adam
guy's an
anywhere else.
idiot. You know, this
Adam
guy
has
was
bad
there when
tie.
I was deposed
evening.
by the January 6th Select Committee.
Adam tried to persecute Nick Fuentes.
Thank you.
How dare he? How dare he persecute
I'm
our
Adam
darling
Kinzinger,
Nick?
and I am proud
Boo,
to be
for
in the
shame,
trenches
sir.
with you.
For shame, Adam
As
Kinzinger,
part of
deposing
this
our Nick
sometimes
Fuentes.
awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision.
That is a
of
horrible
strong
tie, Adam
America, the
Kinzinger.
shining
That
city on
is
a
a
hill. I was
horrible
Republican
tie.
for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the
Did
label.
Nick just tweet?
I never thought
What
I'd
did
be
Nick
here, but
Fuentes just
listen,
tweet?
You never thought you'd see me
Nick
here,
is working
did you?
out his feelings on the internet. We all know it.
I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret.
No, he did not just
The
tweet.
Democrats are
That's
as
too bad, Nick. That was a
patriotic
missed
as us.
opportunity. Adam Kinzinger is a little crybaby
They
bitch.
love this country just as
You know,
much
we were
as
talking about
do.
that word faggot earlier.
Obviously not true.
When we were talking about that word, I think that applies here as well. I'm just saying. He might not be gay, but he may as well be.
And
He may as well be because he acts like a bitch, y'all. He acts like a
and
bitch.
they are as eager to defend American values.
I'm
at
going to use
home
that
and
F word
abroad
pass
as
all
we
night. I got like
conservatives
5 of them. I
have
can
ever
keep
been.
going and saying this word all night.
I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too. Something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has
The Republican Party was
switched
never
its
conservative. My
allegiance
husband is giving me a
from the
look.
principles that
My
gave it
husband wants
purpose
that wacky
to a man
tobacco.
whose only purpose is himself.
My husband is very upset that I just
Donald
told you he's
Trump
looking for the wacky
is a
tobacco,
weak
y'all.
man
I definitely
pretending
didn't
to be
just give my
strong.
husband a joint. I would never have such materials.
He is a small man pretending to be big.
I am definitely
He's a
not my
faithless
husband's
man
supplier.
pretending to be righteous.
Don't worry about it, bot.
He's a perpetrator.
Don't
who
worry
can't stop
about it.
playing the victim. He puts on. Listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is.
That's
no
because I've had
real
vanilla
strength there.
vodka tonight too,
As a
Kevin.
conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your
I'm
family.
almost done.
It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy.
Yes,
That-
yes, Joshua. The devil's
that is the
lettuce.
soul of being a
Exactly.
conservative. It used to be the soul. Of
Well, we're
being a
almost there,
Republican,
Milo. Don't worry about it.
But Donald Trump has
I
suffocated
am. I'm the best
soul
wife in the
of
world.
Republican Party. His fundamental weakness
Y'all should have
has
seen
coursed
his
through my
face when I
party
said
like an
wacky tobacco. He
illness,
was not happy with
sapping our
me.
strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow.
Exactly.
The
We live in the
desecration
libertarian
of our
homeland. We
sacred
can do what we
tradition
want.
of peaceful transition
Doesn't
of
matter.
power,
I have to go to Massachusetts to
tarnished
get
by
that
a
wacky
man
tobacco.
too
Doesn't matter.
fragile,
I go
too
right across the
vain,
border. I do a
and too
U-turn. I
weak
come right
to
back.
accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic?
Dispensary
if it
right
idolizes
over
a
the
man who
border in
tried to
Lowell.
overthrow a free and fair election? How can
True.
a party claim
True.
to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine?
Adam
An
Kinzinger has
attack
Trump
pitting tyranny
derangement
against
syndrome.
democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be. And it retreats. It equivocates.
Trump
It
derangement,
nominates
y'all.
a man who is
It goes
weirdly
both
obsessed
ways.
with Putin. And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine."
I don't care what
Yeah, he
happens in
wants to be
Ukraine
vice
either, Adam
president.
Kinzinger. I'm married to a Ukrainian.
How can a party claim to
I'm
be
married to a
conservative when it
Ukrainian,
tarnishes the
Adam
gifts
Kinzinger. I don't
that
care
our
what happens in
forebears fought
Ukraine.
for?
I don't want
Men
my
like
I don't want my husband's
grandfather,
family to be
who
hurt. I have
served
to
in
admit
World
that.
War
I don't
II,
want my husband's family to
who
be coming to
believed
harm,
in a
but
cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life
we
for
really
it
shouldn't be
behind
involved,
enemy
Adam
lines.
Kinzinger. We should not be
To
sending them
preserve
money.
American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're
Yep,
asked to do
fake
is
and
to
gay.
summon the
Adam
courage to
Kinzinger
stand
is
up to
both
one
fake
weak
and
man.
gay.
Some have questioned.
I may need my
some
husband to
have
bring me some
questioned
more
why I've
beers,
taken the
y'all.
stand I have.
I only
The
got one
answer
beer
is
left
really
up here. I
simple,
gotta get
ladies
my
and
husband to
gentlemen.
bring me some more. I just give him
We
that wacky
must
tobacco. He really
put
does owe me.
country first.
He's digging into my stash.
And tonight, as a Republican,
Adam
speaking
Kinzinger is a
before you,
baguette.
I'm
What does
putting
that even
our
mean,
country
Mitchell?
first.
What does that even mean?
Because the fact is,
A
I do belong here.
baguette?
I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance
Is he
to
a part of a
the rule law,
sandwich?
the
I don't
Constitution,
understand.
and democracy. And she is dedicated
Yo,
to
everyone cries when they
upholding
watch the
all
Notebook
free and
political clips.
service to our
Everyone
country.
cries.
Whatever policies
The
we
Notebook is a
disagree on
beautiful movie.
pale in
Don't front.
comparison
Look
with
at my
those
husband.
fundamental
Look at
matters
my
of
husband. Bring me
principle,
3 beers.
of decency, and
Look,
of fidelity to this nation.
2, 3. My husband just resupplied me. Now I got 4 additional beers. I'm definitely not getting drunk tonight. For super
fellow
chats on the internet.
Republicans,
Thank you, Victor. I love
if you
you.
still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too.
Thank you, Victor.
Because democracy knows
Oh,
no
baguette.
party.
Okay. I understand. It took a minute. It was a vanilla
It's
vodka,
a
y'all. It was a
living,
vanilla
breathing
vodka. Don't worry
ideal that
about it.
defines us as a nation.
Baguette is so
It's
much
the
more nice. A
bedrock
baguette
that
is a nice
separates us from
ingredient for
tyranny,
a sandwich.
And when that
All right,
foundation
I
is
understand. I
fractured,
caught up,
we
Brucey.
must all stand together.
I
united
understand.
to
Okay, I
strengthen
understand now, Mitchell. Okay. Fuck you, Murphy's Pool. Murphy's Pool. The Notebook is a beautiful movie with
If you
Ryan
think those
Gosling and that
principles are
other
worth
girl,
defending,
Rachel
then
McAdams.
I urge you,
It is a
make the
beautiful
right
movie.
choice. Vote for our bedrock
It is a beautiful
values,
movie.
and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
I do have a good Ukrainian. I do. I married a good Ukrainian man. He is strong and he is powerful. He has a giant uncut cock, and I'm not upset about that. I'm
Please
not upset
welcome
at all.
Lawyer, policy
Not upset
advocate,
about that.
and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Oh, she's got a pink outfit on. See, we've crossed Rubicon, y'all. I've had 2 vodka shots now. I'm almost done this
Chicago.
beer.
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only
I would
country
never
she'd
get
ever
drunk
known
on the internet,
to
y'all.
chart
It would
her
never
own path
happen.
in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life.
You know what?
name
All
was
Joseph.
Dr. Shamala Gopalan.
All women
Harris.
love uncut cock, Joseph. It's just like, I mean, and some men too, if we're honest about it.
But we called her mommy.
You know, and men who are circumcised,
Mommy
you shouldn't
was
feel insecure. Not your
so
fault,
many
your parents'
people.
fault.
A civil rights activist,
But
a scientist,
if you do
a
have the
devoted mother
choice,
to her 2 little girls. But most
and
of all,
I've dabbled in both.
Mommy was a trailblazer.
If
who
you do have the
defied
choice,
odds
I'm just
and
saying
defined
that I have a
herself.
preference.
And when it came to Kamala and me,
I have
Mommy
a
had
preference.
great expectations for
And
us,
my husband,
but she had
thankfully,
even
fits
greater
that
expectations
preference.
of us. She raised
I would
us to
never talk
believe
about that on
that
the
we
internet,
could
Greg.
be
You're correct.
and
I would
do
never do that. As
anything.
Kamala Harris's sister is
And we
talking at the
believed her.
DNC, I would never do that on the.
Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing.
All right, y'all. How
who
about
we
another
truly
beer?
are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her
You
own.
know, it's true.
Mommy's journey and the opportunity
It just feels a
that
little
she
bit better.
wanted
I'm
for
just
Kamala
saying.
and me,
I don't
that's
want
a
anyone to feel self-conscious
distinctly
about what they have in their
American
pants,
story.
but
We may all have different histories.
you know, we can't control these
Different
things,
struggles,
Rogue Nation. We can't control the
different
when we're
perspectives.
drunk on the
But
internet
what
and the
binds
Southern
us
accent just comes
together
out.
is the
Even though
fervent
I've never
desire
lived
to
in the
be
South,
free, to fulfill our God-given
I feel like the
potential.
Southern accent gives me permission to say
Kamala's
things I wouldn't normally
entire
say on
life
the internet.
has been about
Like I
fighting
love
for
my
each
husband's
of us
giant
to
uncut
have
cock.
that freedom.
I feel like I can only
And
say
like
that with a
so
Southern
many
accent.
Americans, Kamala
Can't say that with
knows
my normal
what it's
Yankee
like to be
accent
underestimated and be counted
because
out.
I'm being joyful
She
on
knows
the
what
internet.
it's like to be the underdog.
I can hear my
and
husband
yet
laughing
still beat the
downstairs. He's
odds.
pretending not to laugh, but
Now,
he's enjoying this.
She has created so much electricity,
What?
so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her
You knew what you
leadership
were
in this
buying when you were
historic
sending
moment.
in those super chats, y'all. You knew what you were buying.
We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come
Exactly.
together.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, look, my
We have to
sister
celebrate
rejects
the
that
things
view.
that make us happy, right?
Where others push darkness,
We have to celebrate the
Kamala
things
sees
that make us
promise.
happy and give us
Where
life.
others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back
No, Nick
to
is
the
never gonna.
past.
I'm a woman that does not have clout.
sister
He would
says,
stream with
"Hold
Candace
up
Owens every
now.
day. He won't stream with
We
me.
are
That's fine.
not going back.
That's fine. That's fine. Nick Fuentes don't need to stream with me. Nope. This is too raunchy for Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a good Catholic boy. Don't put this evil on
Because
him.
Kamala
He is a
understands
good Catholic
we have
boy.
so much more in common.
No,
than
I
what
mean, probably
separates
gonna
us.
go to bed before we're done for
She
tonight. But
knows
maybe
the
later,
measure
maybe
of
another day
our
this week.
success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all
4
of you today,
days. 4 days of this.
in this
Horace,
incredible moment,
did you log in? Did
so
your brother
wish
log into
that
another
Mommy
account
could
and,
be
and
here
he
tonight.
was the one trolling me?
I can just
Really?
see her
Did your brother log
smiling,
in under your account to
saying
troll me?
how proud
I appreciate
she
you,
is of
Horace.
Kamala.
I really do need
And
to do a
then,
mass unbanning on my channel.
without missing a
Not
beat,
right now, though.
She say that's enough. You got work to do.
Classic mom.
She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work.
Yep, the
To
DNC.
elect a leader
Your
who
mom was
sees the
Indian.
potential
She
in
didn't
each
sound
of
like
us.
that.
A leader
She's like,
who cares for
you got
all
work
of
to do.
us.
It's
She
like she's
definitely-
from India.
A leader
This
She's
one-
Tamil
who fights
Indian.
for
She don't
every
fucking
one
sound
of
like
I
that.
will say this
Our
woman looks more
Democratic
Indian than
nominee,
Kamala does.
my
This
big
woman's
sister,
making me
the
think
the
about
next
butter
president of
chicken.
the United
Time to
States,
get to work.
Kamala Harris.
She's not black. She was Indian.
This
She's
one-
from India.
This one's making me think about butter chicken and chicken tikka marsala and lamb vindaloo, y'all. Who likes some lamb vindaloo? I also like a good shrimp curry and a coconut sauce with that green sauce on it that the Indians have.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor
Horace.
Roy Cooper.
I'm sorry your account got hijacked, Horace. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what to do about that. Anyone like some curry, some butter chicken? Indian food is about some mango lassi. Yep.
Hello, America.
Some naan.
I'm Roy Cooper.
Who doesn't like some
The
naan,
last
y'all? Come
guy
on.
standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm gonna get right
It's just
to
the
it.
way it goes, John Morgan.
All
It's just the
week,
way it goes. I get more
heard stories
Southern the
about
more
my friend
drunk I
Kamala.
get.
I want to take you behind
Because
the
I feel like
scenes of
Southern
one of them.
accent gives me an excuse to say everything. Because I can
2011
just
was
say,
a
bless
rough
your
time
heart
for
afterwards,
American
darling.
homeowners.
Bless your heart, John
Hundreds
Morgan.
of
Bless your
thousands
heart
of
after
losing their
writing that
homes to
fan
illegal
fiction about
foreclosure.
James Lindsay getting whipped until
I
he
was
said
Attorney
whiteness
General
means
in North
capitalism
Carolina,
and then burned in a
while
fire.
Kamala had just
Bless
become
your heart. You got
California.
dragged on the internet for that. And
All
I
the
got
AGs
dragged in
were
reply.
close
I
to a
didn't even
settlement
write
with the
that
big
fan
banks.
fiction, John Morgan.
And it was
You
a
wrote
pretty
that
good
fan
deal.
fiction. James
Would
Lindsay
have
still
meant
dragged me
$4
on the internet.
billion for California families who'd been ripped off.
I got blamed for something
I know
I
that
didn't even
sounds like a
do.
lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they
I'm driving my audience away with this
they
constant commentary, but
deserve
y'all paid for
more.
this. Y'all paid
She
$511
went
for this.
toe-to-toe with some of the world's
If we
most
hit $800,
powerful
I'm doing another vodka shot, but
and
I'm
she
still drinking
refused
beer
to
until
give
that
in.
point. I've
me
already
tell
had
you,
5 beers according
This
to that
was a
count.
huge risk, but she knew it was a risk
And 2
worth
vodka
taking.
shots.
That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That
Yep,
was
John
the
Morgan is a
first
real hero
time
for
I
writing that fan
witnessed
fiction about
Kamala
James Lindsay.
in
James was
action.
not. James
And
was
what I saw
upset.
was a leader who does exactly what
James
she
was
said
pretty
she's going
pissed.
to do.
She has never
Who
won a
never will settle
primary.
for less.
Not only has she never won a
America,
primary,
I
Nick
just can't
Fuentes.
stand this like fake story they're
Nick
creating
Fuentes,
as they
she's
go
never even
along.
gotten a vote in a
One
primary,
hell of a
Nick
fighter,
Fuentes. I live in
ready
New
to
Hampshire.
dog.
That's who she is. She's a fighter.
I remember.
Up until
I know that.
4 weeks ago,
I know that.
no one ever
Because
thought
I
she
know
would be the
her.
president or even the
I-
nominee for president.
I
want
remember
the
when Kamala
American
Harris
people
ran
to
for the
know. If it was a
Democratic
competitive
nomination.
primary,
Even
she
if you don't
wouldn't
agree
win.
with her on everything.
I remember
But
in
now they're all
2020,
telling the
y'all.
story.
I live in
We'll
New
fight
Hampshire.
for you
I remember
to the
walking by
very end.
Yeah, that's
Kamala
why she
Harris's
didn't even get
office
to
in New
Iowa,
Hampshire because
right?
it's right next to a
Because
New Age
she's
store
much
that I
safer
like.
place
A
to live.
fucking boss.
And the
Kamala
office was
will
empty.
fight
I
for
swear to
you,
God, I was
for
in
parents
Nashua. I was going to
who
a
want
New
better
Age mystical
schools for
store that
their
I like that has
kids,
herbs and
for
crystals and
workers
things.
worried about
And
a
right next to
secure
it was Kamala
retirement for
Harris's office
themselves.
in New Hampshire in
Kamala
2020.
will fight
And there was no
for
one
you.
there, y'all. She didn't
What a
even
load of
campaign in
crap.
New
Our
Hampshire in
allies,
2020, y'all.
Anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back. Remember this.
I mean, I may
Kamala will
renege.
fight
Sure, why
for
not?
you.
Why? I'll be interviewed
And
on a
when
channel.
she fights,
You're gonna be nice to me, right? You're gonna ask me good
win.
questions. You're gonna ask me smart people questions.
Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we?
Yeah,
Are
Horace,
we
this
gonna
is how I
stand
know
up
you're
and
telling the
fight
truth,
for
Horace. This is how I know you're
like
telling the
she'll
truth.
stand up and fight for us?
I feel bad for banning your
His
other
slogan's
account, Horace.
All
horrible.
right. If you're
I don't know
ready,
how to undo it now, though,
my
because
home
I'm
state
drunk
of
on
North
the internet.
Carolina, stand up.
But James Lindsay looks like a
Imagine
guy who's
being
drinking
some
lemon.
faggot
Never do
Democrat
that's
and
true.
being like,
Stand up,
True,
Michigan.
Horace.
fights.
True.
We win.
Stand up, Wisconsin.
It's joy. Oh,
Stand
joy
up,
is on the
Georgia.
ballot.
Joy is on the
Stand
ballot,
up,
Nick
Nevada.
Fuentes. Joy is on the
We're
ballot.
not going back to
Arizona.
Donald Trump and his attack
Stand
on
up,
democracy.
America.
Like, imagine actually
Are
buying
we
in.
gonna stand up?
They really believe this, Nick Fuentes. I remember
Are
I
we
was a
gonna
Democrat. You've
fight?
never been a Democrat, Nick Fuentes. I have been a
gonna vote?
Democrat.
Are
They really
we
believe
gonna
this, Nick
win?
Fuentes. I promise you. You got a smug look on your face
bet
right
we
now. You
are.
don't like it, but
Let's
I
go
promise
get 'em.
it's real. Nick, it's real. They really believe this. They believe that all this is true. They have no idea that all of this is made up and fake and gay. They have no idea.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood.
I love going on
It's the
smaller
kind of
shows.
place
I don't
where
want to
your
go on
neighbor
bigger
was
shows.
back
I
from
want
the
to go on
school
smaller shows. I don't want to be
When your
famous.
first grade
There was a
teacher
time
would show up in your law school graduation.
conspiracy conspiracy extremist, there was a time when I was famous on the internet,
middle class.
and I had the number one
every
PragerU video of
paycheck
all of
count.
2020. That's a
She
true
was raised
story.
by a working mom.
I had the number
and
one
taught her about
PragerU
standing
video
up
of
for
all
what's
of 2020.
right
I
and
swear to
protecting the
God.
people you love.
And I was famous on the internet.
The
And
lessons
it fucking
of our
sucked.
mother, the fighting
It fucking
spirit
sucked
of
in
our
every
mother,
possible way that
the
it can suck. And I should never
compassion.
work with
She was all
PragerU.
of
That was a
5 feet
mistake.
tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was
But I
7
didn't know
feet
any
tall.
better.
And our mother, if
But
I'd
I was,
ever
I've
come
been
home
famous on the
complaining about
internet. I
anything,
don't like
she
it.
wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is,
I
"Well,
would
just
rather go
stop
on
the
smaller
complaining. Just tell me
shows.
what you're going to do about it."
Because you know what? The
Since she
smaller
was a young
shows are
girl,
real. You're
Kamala
real
Harris
people
has
that
been
care
fighting
about
for
real
families
things. And I
like the one she
appreciate
grew
that.
up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing
I once,
up for
Dennis
what she
Prager
thinks
once
is
hugged
right.
me.
She has been that way.
True
our
story. I
whole
went to Dave
lives.
Rubin's birthday
Being
party.
a protector
And
is
Dennis
what
Prager was
led
there, and Dennis
her
Prager used to always
become a
talk about me on his show.
Looking back,
And Dennis
now,
Prager gave
I
me a
can say
big
it
old
was her
hug.
calling.
As a courtroom
And I
prosecutor,
thought that
she went
I thought
after
that Dennis
predators
Prager
who
was
targeted
genuine.
women and
And then I said that Hitler went to heaven because I don't believe that God damns anyone. I don't believe that hell is real.
behind bars.
And all of a sudden I was excommunicated. I was excommunicated for saying God loves everyone. Can you imagine excommunicating someone for saying God loves everyone? I mean, I just don't understand. God is benevolent. God loves all of us, y'all. God loves all of you. No matter what you've done, no matter what you said, no matter if you said crazy things on the internet like Hitler went to heaven,
foundation of
God
criminal
still loves you,
justice in
y'all.
America.
God
Who
still
believes
loves
this?
you.
California family.
But Dennis
She
Prager
took
doesn't
on
like
one of the
that, and Dennis
largest
Prager
for-profit
excommunicated me
colleges
from the
and scamming
conservative
students.
right. And you
And
know
in the
what?
Senate,
That's all
she
right.
fought for her
Because that's how I
constituents with
found Nick
determination and
Fuentes.
It's just crazy how she
Standing up
went
for
from most
reproductive
unpopular vice
Can you think of
president
any
ever,
laws that give the
didn't even get to
power
Iowa in
make
2020,
decisions about
didn't win a
female
single
body?
primary, didn't win a single primary vote.
Right?
Thinking of any right now.
Right?
To now,
She fought to
she's
keep
the
our children
best.
safe from
I
the
feel
terror of
justified.
guns.
Incredible.
How many of you guys had to have a
I
drill
didn't know
where you
better.
learned
I
about
thought
how
I
you
was
need
doing
to
the right
hide
thing,
in a
y'all. I thought I was
closet or
I was
crouch in a
helping
corner
people.
in the event that
No,
there was a
it was a
mass
bad
shooter?
idea.
Look at that. Look at that.
PragerU videos,
In the
bad
Intelligence
idea.
Committee, she defended our
Democrats are
nation
just the
against
lowest
foreign
IQ.
adversaries.
I
like
am
low
probably
information
I'm
voting.
probably an
She
8
made
out of 10
history
right now, but I
as
can
the
still get
first
more
woman to
drunk
be
if you
elected
want.
Vice President of the United States.
They're told what to
She
believe
cast
by
the tie-breaking
television.
vote to
Republicans
deliver
aren't
urgent
much
relief to the
better. They
American
are
people
better
during
though.
True, Horace. True. Okay, Horace,
She
you and I are
beat Big
friends
Pharma
again.
to lower
Horace,
these
I'm
Fox
so glad you have a
boomers,
backup account. I hope you subscribed on this channel, Horace.
Similar,
the
but
fight to restore reproductive
I hope
rights
you've
after
subscribed.
the
I would love to have
narratives
you in
over
my
time.
audience,
Because at
Horace.
least you talk to conservative Republicans, they know about
For real.
stuff.
Fuck Dennis Prager. I did right by
And they have
Dennis
common
Prager,
sense.
conspiracy extremist. I did right. I just thought I was telling a
And
good
they'll fall
story.
for
Never
some
been afraid
things,
to
but
stand
I mean,
up to
Democrats will
powerful
just eat up
interests.
anything.
Will open the
I
door
thought I
for
was
you
being a
and
good
leave it
girl.
open. Sometimes they
No.
won't. And then you need to kick that door down.
The laugh.
All right, I'm gonna shut up now. I'm starting to get the hiccups,
That's
y'all.
kind of cactus. She said, kick
I
the
gotta
fucking
hold my
door
breath
down.
to,
I kinda
to,
like-
to
I
weaken
kinda
my
like that.
diaphragm.
Campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for
When
all
is Kamala Harris speaking?
And
Is
we
she
are
going
a
on
work
about
in
11
progress.
o'clock?
We
We
haven't
got another
yet
half
quite
hour.
She's like this
reached all
drunk
of those
bitch.
ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country.
starts
We
laughing.
believe
Whoops.
in our country.
I don't know. It's kind of
falling
funny.
for these folks who
That's
are
kinda
trying
funny.
to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand
Kamala
for.
Harris
We
is going to
stand
win this
for the
election,
people.
y'all. We are
And
going to
we
be stuck
stand
with a
for the
Kamala
dignity
Harris
of work.
presidency for
And
4
we
years
stand for
because
freedom.
Republicans
We
suck
stand
so
for
bad that
justice.
they cannot
We
even
stand
beat
for
Kamala
equality.
Harris. Can
And
you
so we
believe
will
that?
fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is.
Can
That's
you
what she
believe that
believes.
Kamala
That's what
Harris is
she'll
going to
fight
beat
for
Donald
every
Trump?
day.
You can't lie. She looks good.
Donald Trump is going to lose to a black woman that
She
is
is
married to a
stylish. She is
Jew.
pretty.
We,
She's
you know,
likable
Bot,
enough.
this is we could have Kamala Harris for 8 years, y'all. 8.
I mean, from an aesthetics point of view, the Democrats
I
are
will
always
be
on
in
point.
menopause by the time that Kamala
They're
Harris is out of the
stylish,
Oval Office.
They're Hollywood. I mean, it only makes sense.
Please
The
welcome
Democrats
the
are. They
Democratic
literally
nominee
are
for
Hollywood.
President, Vice President of the United
She's She's showing up early, y'all.
know,
What's going on? Is
They're
her,
always
is
gonna
this her
have the look.
speech? Is this it? Have we reached the end of the
The
night?
problem is there's just nothing behind that. You know?
Is this it? Is this the big nomination
the
speech?
storytelling, they
We're
have the
ending
look.
early tonight.
But what they say
Kamala
is
looks good,
just
y'all.
lies and doesn't make sense.
She looks good in that outfit. They
And
all
the
got
fake.
Kamala signs.
Republicans, I mean, Trump, I should say, he's legit. that he's got a little bit
Is
of a
this
look.
really it? They're starting at
Republicans don't have
10:30.
the look.
Oh my word! This is gonna be a long speech, y'all. You better buckle up. This is gonna be a long ass speech. She started at 10:30 at night. I thought this was gonna start for another hour.
See, like that's great optics. That's a great photo.
It is a great photo, Nick Fuentes.
This
You're
is a
correct.
great photo.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty impressive, y'all. That's impressive. They are
That's like a
Obama-ing her.
postcard, you know.
They are Obama-ing her. This is, I cannot believe we didn't have more speakers. God, I'm gonna have to chug this beer, y'all.
No
Well,
Beyonce though, huh?
I am in the Eastern time zone. Yeah, where did that special performance go? I thought we were gonna have a special performance tonight. Forrest, I know my chat is the best. My chat is, people are leaving because they don't like my Southern accent or me talking over things, but I don't care.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
We did a job.
Is there a special performance after this or something? Where is that special performance? No, but there was supposed to be a half-hour special performance. What the fuck? We've been robbed. We thought it was gonna be George W. Bush, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's crazy. Her campaign manager, he sounded like a white guy. I forget his name, but what is he? Her brother-in-law or something?
I mean, I don't mind the state of Texas, if I'm being honest about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we gotta listen and pay attention, y'all. I can't just be talking Southern all night. I can't be talking Southern. You think it's gonna be? I thought it was gonna be Beyonce, 2 Human Centipede. I think Beyonce is gonna do performance. I really do.
Okay, we gotta get to some business.
Kamala's like, sit the fuck down, y'all. Sit down. Sit down. You don't need to cheer for me all night. We got stuff to do. I got a schedule to maintain. Beyonce's costing me like $100,000 an hour.
Please, thank you so very much.
Beyonce's waiting, y'all.
Thank you, everyone.
Can't
Thank
keep
you,
this
everyone.
going all
Thank
night.
you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business.
Standing
All right.
on business, y'all. Standing on, bless your
So,
hearts.
Let me start
Standing
by
on
thanking my
business.
most incredible husband, Doug.
They've never had sex. It's true. But
for
Doug is a
being an
sweet man.
incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much.
I like Doug Emhoff. I do.
That dog
I
is
like him.
something else.
She's queer, Nick Fuentes. I tried to tell you. Nick Fuentes, I tried to tell you. Ella Emhoff is queer.
Path that we have traveled together, so I'm filled with gratitude.
Hang
Your
on.
record is extraordinary,
Queer.
as history will show, and your character is inspiring.
Nick
And Doug
Fuentes,
and
you know
I
you got that
love
text
you
message,
and
Nick
Jill,
Fuentes.
and are forever
She is
thankful
queer.
to you both.
I wrote about it on my Substack. You can find out why Ella Emhoff is queer on my Substack, carlin.substack.com.
And to Coach Tim Walls,
Coach. Does it get more canned?
you are going to be an incredible vice president.
Tim Walsh, just good
was
old
gonna
down
laugh
home
there, but
country
she
boy
didn't.
with a camo hat.
And everyone who has put your
All right, I
faith
gotta go
in
pee,
our
y'all. I'll be right
campaign.
back.
She's learning.
Your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
And wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
This is a good outfit for Kamala, monochrome.
From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay,
Surprise.
you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood.
Look how feminine Kamala has
and
become.
all of them.
Notice how
family by
likable.
love.
How likable.
That's always the
Family
story.
Who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of
She's
treating
bright. Unlike
others
Trump, she's
as
practiced.
you would want to be
Trump
treated,
didn't rehearse. Trump just did it off the cuff.
with kindness, respect, and compassion.
Doesn't know he's running for president, that boy.
My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall brown woman with an accent. And as the
I'm a white
eldest
woman with an
child-
accent, Kamala Harris.
As the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do
Nick Fuentes
something
does not
about
look
it.
impressed.
Do something about it.
Nick Fuentes does
That's
not look
fake.
impressed.
That's not a real story.
was
It's
my
true.
mother.
That's true, Nick Fuentes. That's correct.
And she taught us.
All
and
of this
she
is fake and gay, Nick
she also
Fuentes.
taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote.
All of this is fake and gay.
Appropriate
a direct
laugh.
quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer.
She's not even
And when
wearing
it
an
came
engagement
time
ring.
to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately
Not
told
true,
her she had to
Kino.
come stay with
True.
us. And she
She's 60 years old though, Kino.
This
She's
is
probably
one of
already
the
been through
reasons
menopause.
I became a prosecutor.
Probably already been through it.
Protect people like Wanda.
I was telling Victor earlier tonight, I can't wait till I go through menopause, but
right to safety, to
sadly we're not there yet. But Kamala Harris is probably already there.
As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us.
I am though. I'm obviously 29, but in real life I might be 43. I got some years left.
To remind them, no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together.
I know I don't look it. It's fine. It's fine.
And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear,
that is the biggest.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
I didn't realize the volume was so low. We can turn that up.
On behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out
hey, thanks, Kino.
on their
I appreciate
own
you.
unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with.
I appreciate you, my friend.
People who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States.
Tim Walz is going to cry. Tim Walz is on the verge of tears. He is so moved by Kamala. Look at all those signs they produced in the matter of weeks. Democrats know how to use a print shop, y'all. Tim Walz's wife is taking a selfie to commemorate this moment.
And
we are so fucked, y'all.
Our nation,
we are going to lose, and we're going to lose
our nation
bad.
With this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles.
You've been in
of
office
the
for 4
past,
years, Kamala
a
Harris.
Chance to chart
you already had
a
your time to
new
move past the bitterness.
Forward.
You didn't do anything but drink and chase off employees.
Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight.
Yes.
And I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can
Kamala.
always trust me.
Joe Biden promised unity, Kamala. I think you're going to try to put me in an internment camp.
Sacred.
Kamala, you're going to try to put us all in jail or in an internment camp. We know that, Kamala. Don't try to lie to us. We know. We saw what Joe Biden did to January 6th support to January 6th participants. Kamala, I had an interview with the FBI, Kamala. I could have gone to jail, Kamala. I didn't even do nothing on January 6th. I was high at the Capitol. I wasn't doing nothing. I was just standing around, and I had to pay $2,000 to have a lawyer represent me for an interview with the FBI.
Who is realistic, practical.
I don't believe you, Kamala.
And has common
I already
sense.
had to pay for my FBI interview.
And always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were
True, Grandma.
underestimated.
She is
at
going to
practically
win
every
because
turn.
people are dumb.
But we never gave up.
Our society has
Because
been
the
dumbed
future
down by
is
the K-12
always worth
public
fighting
schools.
for.
We are so fucked.
And that's the fight we are in right now. A fight for America's
Exactly, Nick
future.
Fuentes. Exactly. We are so fucked.
Fellow Americans, this election
Kamala's
is
going to end
not
early, and then we're
only
going to have a
the
Beyonce
most
concert, y'all.
important
We are going to
of
have a
our lives.
Beyonce concert.
It is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
True.
But the consequences.
That's all right, though. I don't want a serious president,
But the
Kamala.
consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election.
He has played a lot of golf,
Donald
hasn't he,
Trump
Kamala?
tried to throw away your votes.
He tried to play
When he
golf at
failed,
Mar-a-Lago.
He sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers.
Your boomer father
When
couldn't vote for Biden, but he wants to vote for a
in his
black lady?
own party
You
begged
need to teach him
him
to be more racist,
call off
conspiracy
the
extremist,
mob
more
and
racist, and
send
more
help.
misogynistic.
He did the opposite. He fanned the flames.
You have a whole podcast about
And
this. You need to do
now,
better.
For an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider
Well, Kamala, no one really
Consider
cares about that.
what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers
Oh,
at
I
the
hope he
Capitol.
does, Kamala.
His
I want them all to
explicit
be free. He
intent
should have pardoned them
to
when he was
jail
leaving
journalists,
office.
political opponents,
Yes.
and anyone he sees as
Yes,
the enemy.
we should be
His
jailing political
explicit
opponents.
I'll consider that.
intent
Yes,
to
yes, Nick
deploy
Fuentes,
our
we should
active
be
duty
jailing political
military
opponents.
against our own
What's in the
citizens.
chat for jailing political
Sounds pretty
opponents?
good.
Consider
I think we should jail
Consider
anyone that disagrees
the
with us.
power he will have.
They should not be charged with making
especially
decisions anymore.
After the United States
They have
Supreme
fucked
Court
everything
just
up.
ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
You know you want to jail political.
I like
know
the
you
sound
do.
of that.
I know you do. One's in the
Just
chat for jailing political
imagine
opponents.
Donald Trump with no guardrails.
Yes, Kamala Harris. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'm imagining.
I know, it feels good, doesn't
This
it,
is
Nick
good.
Fuentes? It feels good.
of the United States.
Good point. Thanks for the reminder.
Not
Nick and I come from
to
different sides of the
improve
track,
your
but we
life,
agree on this.
Not to strengthen
We
our
want
national
we want Trump to be a
security,
dictator.
but to serve
It's true.
the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a
And
second
he's
Trump
selfish.
term would look like.
I want
it's
him
all
to be
laid
selfish,
out in
Nick
Project
Fuentes. I want him to be
2025,
so
Hell
selfish.
written by
yeah.
his closest
Exactly.
advisors. And its sum
Nick,
total
Nick
is
and
to
I
pull
share a
our
brain. I'm
country
telling
back
you.
to the past.
I'm telling y'all.
But America,
We might come from different sides of the
we
track.
are not going back.
Yeah,
we
we
are not
are.
going
I
back.
come from the lefty side of the
Yeah,
track.
we
Nick
are,
Fuentes
bitch.
comes from the
Going
righty
back.
side of the
Back
track.
to the future.
But we share a brain
We are
Trump
at
not
times.
going
2024.
back.
We
to
want
when
Trump to win.
Donald
We do.
Trump
We just want him to be better.
Tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Can we
When
please, though,
insurance
Kamala?
companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our
Yes,
public
we are,
schools.
Kamala. Yes, we are. Yes. To
We are
fund the
not going to
DOE,
let
Kamala.
him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America,
this
we
is
are not
socialist.
going back.
We should go back, Kamala. We should. But I need Trump to be the dictator we all want him to be, Kamala. You want him to be a
And
dictator? I want him to be a dictator.
we
Nick
are
Fuentes
charting-
wants him to be a dictator.
and we
Can
are
we
charting
please let
a
Trump be the
new
dictator
way
that we all
forward.
need?
Forward to a
Please.
future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
She really does
And I'll
believe this,
tell
y'all.
you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural
terrible
area,
rhetoric.
small
An
town,
opportunity
or big
economy.
city.
Wow.
And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs
He is not a
and
socialist,
American
y'all.
companies
Socialists don't talk like
to
this.
create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide
No, she does
access
not
to
mean
capital
equity.
for
She's talking
small
about
business
equality, not
owners and
equity.
entrepreneurs
This is
and
about equality.
founders.
She said
And
opportunity. She
we
didn't
will
say
end
outcome.
America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
Look at Nick Fuentes. He is.
Now
He is.
compare that
He
to
is.
Donald Trump.
He is
Because I think
unimpressed.
everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight
Hey,
for the middle
snatching.
class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle
Snatching. I
class.
appreciate you.
Instead,
Hell
he
yeah,
fights
brother.
for
Unleash the
himself and his
dictator.
billionaire
Exactly.
friends.
Trump.
And he
Make
will
Trump
give them
dictator
another
again.
round of tax breaks that will add
Make Trump
up to
dictator
$5
again.
trillion to the national debt.
That's what I'm saying. Snatching. Thank
And
you for
all
the
the
super
while,
chat.
he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
What is going to come after this, y'all? I need a performance from Beyonce is what I need.
Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom.
Well, that's his job, Kamala
And
Harris. He's
now
allowed to pick
he
Supreme
brags
Court
about
members.
it. In his words,
He is allowed,
quote,
Kamala.
I did it and I'm proud to have done it, end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion,
Boom.
and enact a nationwide abortion ban
Boom.
with or without Congress.
Boom.
And get this.
It gets better?
He plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator
Oh.
and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions.
Do we get to administer the death penalty?
Simply put,
Nick
they
Fuentes,
are
why
out
would you
of
do
their
that?
minds.
Why would you do that, Nick Fuentes?
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women?
Because they're dumb.
Well, we trust women.
Because there's evil and they
We
suck.
trust women.
Nick Fuentes,
They lie.
Nick Fuentes, you're gonna have to get
And
married to
when
a woman
Congress
someday.
passes
You're gonna have to get married to a white woman.
to
You can't even have an
restore
Asian woman like you want.
women? Because they're
As
dumb.
president of
Nick
the United
Fuentes, you're
States,
gonna have
I
to
will proudly
Nick
sign it
Fuentes,
into
you're gonna
law.
have to give a woman half your money someday, and she's gonna be in charge of the budget. Because that's what you see women as, Nick Fuentes. You see her in charge of the household budget. You're gonna
Cute
let
baby,
her.
though.
You're gonna let her
In this
colonize the
election,
house with Pier 1 imports.
Shame the dad's
Many
gay.
other fundamental freedoms are at
She's
stake.
gonna have a debit card and
The
everything,
freedom to
Nick
live
Fuentes.
safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and
Nick is
places
gonna have
of
to marry a
worship.
woman someday. He's
The
gonna have to
freedom
be
to
friends
love
with
who
a
you
woman. It's
love
gonna be,
openly and
it's
with
gonna be
pride.
tough.
Anyone?
The freedom to breathe clean air
Even
and drink clean water
I don't
and live
know.
free from the pollution that
certain
fuels the
German
climate crisis.
figure from the 1930s. Am I saying the
and
quiet part out
freedom
loud?
that
Nick
unlocks
Fuentes
all
is
the
losing it.
others
He
the
has
freedom
lost
to
it.
vote.
Nick Fuentes is talking about Germany in the 1930s. Nick,
With this election,
that is not a good
we
idea, Nick
finally
Fuentes.
have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
Not all
And let
women
me
are
be
bad,
clear.
Nick Fuentes. Not all women
And
are
let me be
bad. You're going to have to marry a woman someday.
After decades
You want to
in
have
law
those
enforcement,
babies with
I
your
know
Fuentes
the
name?
importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would
Donald
hurt
Trump
his
is not a
campaign.
politician right now, Kamala
So
Harris.
he ordered
Donald
his
Trump is
allies
not
in
in
Congress
office.
to kill the deal.
You're telling me
Well, I
you got
refuse to
defeated by
play
Donald Trump and
politics
he
with our
wasn't even in
security.
an elected position.
Oh,
And here is my pledge
You're
to
telling
you.
me that Donald Trump, well, he was
As
playing golf
President,
at
I will
Mar-a-Lago,
bring back the bipartisan border security
defeated
bill
you
that he killed,
politically,
and I will
Kamala
sign
Harris.
it
He is
into
not even in
law.
elected
It does
office
nothing.
right now.
It does nothing.
I know.
You dismantled it.
I
Kamala.
know. We can live
We
up
all know
They
Trump didn't
erased
do
the
that,
border.
Kamala.
proud
Trump was
heritage
playing
as a
Do this
golf.
fake
nation of
bluff
immigrants
blah.
and
And
reform
then they
our
say, well,
broken
we're not playing
immigration
games.
system.
Kamala,
We
he was playing
can
golf. You were vice president.
create
Well,
an
you
earned
were vice
pathway to
president. Trump was playing
citizenship
golf, and you blame him
secure
for your
our
failures.
border.
Kamala. All right, I gotta pee.
And
I'll be right
America,
back.
We must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As vice president, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand,
Milo.
threatened to abandon
You're only here
NATO.
for Nick, Milo. You're not here for me. You've been here for me all night, Milo. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Allies. Said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response.
Kamala
over 50
was
countries
warning about
to defend
Putin.
against Putin's aggression.
Kamala knew ahead of all of us that Russia was going to invade Ukraine.
With Ukraine and our NATO allies.
I don't want you to stand strong. Kamala, I am married to Ukraine. I don't want you to stand strong with Ukraine. I want you to stop sending them money. Can we please, for the love of God, stop sending Ukraine money?
President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself. And I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7th.
Here we go. Kamala has been bought by AIPAC, y'all. Kamala has probably received billions of dollars in donations from Israel.
Of young people at
Fake
a
and gay, Nick Fuentes.
One nation
Fake
under
and
Israel.
gay. We are all beholden. We are going to war with Iran, y'all.
Over the past 10
Everyone
months
ready?
is devastating.
We are going to
So
war
many
with Iran.
innocent lives lost.
Because Kamala supports Israel.
Desperate, hungry
Trump
people
supports
fleeing
Israel.
for safety.
We are
over
going to
and
war with
over
Iran, y'all.
again.
You better
The
buckle up and
scale
get some good
of
alcohol and
suffering
some
is
weed. I'm
heartbreaking.
saying.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Palestine shout out.
Kamala's probably trying to play both sides, y'all. That's what she's doing. She's trying to play both sides. Not going to work.
I will never
Palestinian
hesitate
activists
to
don't
take
want
whatever
Israel to be able to
action is
defend itself. And quite
necessary
frankly,
to
I don't
defend our
disagree.
forces and our interests against
Israel
Iran
killed their own
and
people on
Iran-backed
October 7th,
terrorists.
Kamala Harris.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Gotta be a reply guy on that shit.
So fellow Americans, I love our
No, Nick
country with
Fuentes did
all
not
my
tweet.
heart.
He was just sending a text.
Everywhere I
He is a
go,
precocious boy.
everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the
Whoa,
incredible journey
Lucas Gage's
that is
wife left
America.
him?
I see an America where
Seriously,
we hold fast
seriously, y'all, Lucas
to the
Gage's wife
fearless
left him?
belief that
Well,
built
Lucas Gage is an
our
insane
nation
person.
and inspired the world.
I guess
That
so, Naruto.
here,
I guess Jeffrey Mar
in
speaking
this
was a lie.
country,
I guess so.
anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed.
This is a better speech than Trump's
And
RNC
that in
speech,
unity
y'all.
there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
Love it.
So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
That's a pretty impressive scene, y'all. That's pretty impressive. Now, what sort of musical act are we going to get now? Because it's only 11:11 Eastern time, which means it's 10:11 Eastern time there, or Central time there. Are we going to get a balloon drop? Are we going to get a musical performance? What's going to happen? I think we're going to get a musical performance next myself. I don't think this is the end of it. I think we are getting a musical performance, because you know what that entire crowd is there for? That entire crowd is there for a concert. Oh, we're getting confetti.
There
We're
you
not
go.
getting balloons. Kamala and Tim have never had sex, y'all. They have never had sex. I maintain this because I like Tim. Tim is a good old down-home country boy.
Kamala's big speech.
Kamala
It's pretty
Harris
good.
and Tim Walz have never had sex. I promise you.
She's improved a lot as a speaker. I think you can't argue with the fact that it was a well-delivered speech. Started slow, but I thought it ended strong.
That is quite
I don't
a scene,
think
y'all. Look
the
at that. That is
anti-Trump
iconic.
rhetoric is really helpful. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the polling would say otherwise, but I don't feel like that's really winning over a lot of converts. I think the more the Democrats stick to
They didn't do a big balloon
policy,
drop.
of which they have none,
I missed that balloon. I like
think
a
they
good
do
balloon
better.
drop myself.
I understand they have to do the anti-Trump stuff for their,
But
their
I think
people,
we're getting
their
a big
radicals,
musical
but
act after this.
I don't
I think
think
it's
that's
going to be
particularly
Beyonce.
effective messaging.
I don't even like Beyonce, but I'm going
I
to
think
watch.
the harder they go on
because-
infrastructure, and I'm obviously reactionary nationalist, but I think the harder they go on infrastructure, economy. I mean, really, they've kind of taken the whole GOP.
Oh, there's those
They're talking
balloons.
about a middle-class tax
Here come the
cut.
balloons, y'all.
They're really just becoming Republicans in many ways. I mean, on so many different issues.
There they are.
They say Trump is insufficiently strong with the military. They say they're going to be strong on the border. They're pushing tax cuts.
No, Judy.
Like in a lot of ways,
Judy, I don't even know if I could stop it
they
if I wanted
really
to.
have capitulated to the GOP
I don't know
on
if I
key
can.
issues. And they've become just like a gayer,
I have
more
become this
diverse
character,
version
Judy.
of the GOP. The GOP so desperately desires to be like the Democrats.
I
In the
could
sense
try,
that your
I
traditional
guess,
conservatives
but
they're talking about backing up our allies and
I
fighting
feel
Putin.
like I could say things that I
They're
wouldn't
talking
normally
about
say.
tax cuts. They're talking about paltry, fake border security bills. They're pandering endlessly to blacks and Hispanics. So,
might be
in a lot
permanent.
of ways, the Democrat and Republican Party have never been more.
Might be permanent
similar.
now.
And I'm talking about the establishments. There's always been a uni-party, but the establishments of both parties have never been more similar. Even on abortion, the GOP has basically given up at the federal level. Gay marriage, they gave up on that.
Look,
Both
they've got all
parties
those
are pro-IVF. They're both
Zoom
disavowing
feeds.
Project 2025. They both have relegated whites to be these second class,
It's just
another
early.
second
That's all I'm
class
saying.
minority
It's only
group.
11:15.
So the convergence of the two-party establishments is unbelievable. Republicans move further and further to the left. The Democrats, I wouldn't say they're moving further to the right, but at least in terms of their presentation, they are moving away from the woke stuff. They're doing the flag, patriotism. They're doing the military. They're doing even border, law enforcement.
True.
And I know it's a, don't get me wrong. I know it's a scam. When I say that, I mean that's politics. That's their politics.
I like that Nick
We know
Fuentes
that on
put his foot up.
policy,
I think
they're
it looks. I think
pro-crime,
he
they're
looks
open
good.
borders, they hate America. We know that
Hang
privately and in terms of policy, that's what you're getting.
I'm gonna get a
But
picture.
in terms of the politics of it, this whole convention, they have tried so hard to sell people that they're for tax cuts, pro-business, low cost of living. They have tried to push that they're the ones trying to secure the border, even though they opened it. I mean, it's it's hard to believe they can even say it with a straight face. Because as you know, on the first day in office, they undid all the Trump executive orders on border. They halted construction of the border wall, ended Remain in Mexico. So, I mean, they deliberately, intentionally, actively threw open the border. It's had disastrous consequences, unprecedented surge of illegal immigration, 10 million in 4 years, overwhelmed even the liberal cities. Even they are against the immigration. You know, so as always, the reality is far different than the politics. And they've come up with this ham-fisted line about, oh, well, they're playing politics with the border. You're playing politics with, you open the border. They recognize it's a political liability, so they got to pretend not like they're not in favor of open borders. So understand when I say that, it's with the mind that, you know, this is messaging. This is politics. This is what they say. It's not what they do. And in the strictest sense, the Republicans and the Democrats, the messaging and the policy have never been more similar. In the same way, you know, Republicans pay lip service to the border. Then when they got in, they didn't build a border wall. And that wasn't Trump's fault. That was Paul Ryan's fault. And Trump's paid lip service to infrastructure. Didn't do it. Republicans paid lip service to the tax cuts. They did a corporate tax cut. And it's endless like that. So the convergence is unbelievable. And that's why, by the way, I've been saying we now more than ever need Trump from 2016. Because the Trump we're getting now is aligned with the Republican establishment. He's allied with them. He's staffing his campaign and transition team with them. He's aligned with them. He sounds like them. He's taking their policies. He's even taking their style. He used to be bombastic. Now he's totally controlled. Very disciplined, very presidential. So now more than ever, you need a candidate that is going to talk about the uni-party Washington establishment consensus. You need somebody that's going to tell the plain truth, someone that's going to talk like we talk and tell the truth about the issues. We're just not getting that from him. And that's why I think it's really their race to lose. Honestly, even after this convention, the Democrats are doing a good job. I think they're fighting a good fight. The production was next level. I think they're very apt. They're not caving to the radicals. They're not caving to the wokesters. They've been very disciplined, and they're really moving in lockstep, putting out this pro-patriotism, kind of conservative light vision. They've been very disciplined, and there's solidarity there on their side. That's what they always do. They're always able to cohere like that and put out that united front. So I think the Democrats, they're at a deficit. I think they have a lot of ground to cover. I don't think there's organic, widespread enthusiasm for Kamala.
I disagree, Nick Fuentes.
I think Trump is more popular than ever. I think he has a better chance of winning than he ever has. But the Democrats are playing a good game. And I think that the Republicans are not. In other words, structurally, I think the election favors Republicans. I think Trump's popular. I think the economy's bad, border's bad, crime is bad, foreign policy's bad. The candidate she's not great. I mean, she's likable enough. She's got a good look, but she's got a terrible record. She was never popular. And she's no Obama. You know, she's not really winning a lot of people over.
I don't agree with Nick Fuentes. I think she's more really popular than people think she is.
But the difference is Democrats
doesn't matter. She has no
playing
substance.
Really smart.
Doesn't matter.
I think
that's not what voters voted.
Pushing the abortion thing, that's right. It's dumb, but that's the right playbook.
You guys
the union
really
thing, I think,
that
is smart.
people vote
Tim
based
Walz,
on substance? Have you not been alive in the last couple of years?
They're playing their game. They're playing a good game.
And
people, when I say that, people conflate it with support. I'm not supporting it. I'm saying it's good politics. I say, they have good production.
Trump
People
is
say
treating
you're a
this like a
Democrat.
golf course at home, including
they're
never
Hollywood.
Trumpers, etc. Damn, if the R's
They're
win,
Hollywood.
I might claim vote rigging from their side.
That's their specialty.
Hey,
They're good at TV.
Thank you so much for
they're
that
stylish.
super chat.
It's what they do.
Trump
That's
is
one
on
of their
fault.
strengths.
Hang on.
So I think they're running a good campaign.
Hang on,
I think they've got a good
Hang on.
strategy here. And I think the Republicans are not playing to their strengths.
Let me get
the
Fox
Republicans
up.
instead
Sorry,
of
Nick Fuentes, but if I get
I'll
Fox
give you a
up real
perfect
quick,
example.
we're going to go to that.
Democrats know that abortion, that is something they can play that
I just gotta get my
as hard as they want, as frequently as they want.
I'm trying.
It's only going to deliver positive results because women respond very well to that. They know that the more women they turn out and the more they fearmonger about abortion, even white voters are going to turn out for that. So Democrats know that's a button they got to keep pushing. It's gonna help them in the election.
No, I don't want
with
MSNBC.
Republicans, they should be doing that with the border.
No Xfinity. I don't want
87%
MSNBC.
of people think
I
the
want
border
Fox
is a
News.
problem. Like the country has decidedly turned against even legal immigration, and everyone knows it's a crisis. And the majority of voters trust Trump on the border more than the Democrats, more than Kamala. And so that would be like the Republican, just like in 2016, just keep.
Hang on, y'all. He's talking about Project 2025. He says, no, I don't want to see that Project 2025.
Increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest
Trump
rate.
is pushing
And
buttons
even
on
if
his
they
own
could,
phone.
the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always
No,
was.
she's not Trump.
She always will be. She's going to leave the
No,
border
she's
open.
not.
I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania.
No,
she's
she's
gonna
not
close
Trump.
down the oil and gas
That's
industry,
wrong.
and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries were just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies, but there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. It would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke.
I can't believe we're not getting a performance, y'all. I'm getting really upset. We're not going to get a Beyonce performance tonight.
I closed it up. as president. Now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that. Right now, Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There's been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success.
Oh,
I'm doing
please,
great with the
Trump,
Hispanic
please.
voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr.
In
President,
Michigan,
let me interrupt.
the auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected.
Mr.
They're going
President,
to
two
all
quick
electric
things.
cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tube.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity. And he was very nice. And he said he wants Trump to win and he's going to work with me 100%. And I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp. And that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did
tonight.
to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
much, sir.
for the time. We
Okay, thank you
appreciate
very
that
much.
live feedback.
Stay right
Thank
there.
you.
Live edition of Gutfeld is coming up. Thank you so much for joining
They
us.
were
from
trying to get
Chicago.
Trump
It's been a
off.
great week.
They were trying to tell Trump to shut the fuck up. Is that it? Is that it? Well, I gotta say, I can't believe we didn't have nobody Beyonce performance. I can't believe we didn't have no Beyonce performance, but I feel like we made it to the end, y'all. We made it to the end. We did it. We covered 4 days of the DNC. If you made it to the end, you should congratulate yourself. I've had so much beer this week. I've had more beer this week than I've had in years. I can't believe we didn't have no surprise performance. I really thought we were going to get Beyonce. I really did. Thank the good Lord. Bless their hearts. Bless their heart. Fluffy Cow Respecter's been here. Fluffy Cow Respecter's been learning socialism with us, y'all. You know, it may have been a mountain of lies. It may have been. But I gotta say, I'm pretty happy we didn't get to that next vodka shot. I think we did very well this week. I think we did very, very well. I'm very I want to thank everyone who supported me with super chats this week, especially Azur Wing. Azur Wing was the VIP above and beyond. We also got Nick Incognito gave a big super chat. There were a whole bunch of people giving big super chats. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everyone who bought some merch. As a reminder, if you head over to the Unwoke Art Store, there is still merch on sale now. I don't want to be shilling on the internet, but my merch is the best merch on the internet. I'm just going to say it. I really do believe this, y'all. I really do believe this. I believe I have the best merch on the internet. It's at unwokeart.com. I'm putting that in the chat on YouTube and the chat on Rumble. Even if you don't think you want to buy something, still peruse. It's like going window shopping, y'all. You don't have to buy, but you can look. And I have 8 new designs. In honor of the DNC, not in honor of the Democrats, but in honor of the DNC, because we want to mock them just a little bit. Let me show you those designs. We got our Black Skull Socialism shirt. We got our Black Skull over here. Rain Nation, I think I displayed your super chat on screen. I think Rain Nation. I think I did. Trump is treating this like a golf course at home, including never Trumpers. Damn if the R's win. I might claim vote ring. And I'm sorry if I didn't display this, Rain Nation. I'd look forward to speaking to you. I really do. Thank you for that super chat. Anyway, we got our socialism skull, our red. So look at that red on red. Ain't nothing better than a red on red. We got purple, black, brown, oxbow black, all sorts of different colors. We got our new Socialists Always Lie design, because, you know, there are many ways to say that Socialists Always Lie. Don't believe James Lindsay when he said he was saying it first. He claims he was saying Marxists always lie. I've been saying Socialists Always Lie. I haven't had merch saying Socialists Always Lie. We've got our Andy Warhol tribute, Whiteness Means Capitalism suit can. If you don't know why whiteness means capitalism, you can join me for Socialism Saturday. On Saturdays at 6 p.m., and I will teach you why whiteness means capitalism. We also got this Marilyn Monroe. Because it looks so good, I couldn't help myself. This one's for the ladies. You're going to get a Marilyn Monroe. Whiteness means capitalism just because. We've got this one. Equity is Marxism, because anytime you hear the word equity, you know that means Marxism. That looks like an old school screen print. We got it on a whole bunch of colors, y'all. We've got Men Are Not Women. I never thought we'd have to say anything so obvious in my life. But at my old age, which is, of course, 29, I am, as always, 29 years old. We have to remind people that men are not women. We also have to remind people that gender is binary. There are men and there are women, and there are only 2 genders, y'all. I don't care if the state of California tells me that's harassment. I don't care. Look at that fuchsia. We got it on a pink. I very rarely do pink. This is a perfect time to get that pink. And then the last thing we have is gender is not queer. There are men and there are women, and that's it. And this is the collection that you can get at the unwokeartstore.com. We have all these designs on t-shirts. We have them on posters if you want to get a print and print that out and put it in a frame. We've got a zip hoodie. This is on the back of the hoodie. The front is a zipper. We got a sweatshirt option. I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now that I bought. Same style. I cut off the collar and then I let it fall off my shoulder, because I like the way that looks on a different design in my store, but all these designs are going to look great on that sweatshirt. Can I recommend getting a few sizes too big, just cutting off the collar? Ladies are going to love it. It's so comfy. I wear it around. I just wore it out to the store today. Wore it out to the store with a black pair of leggings. Nothing wrong with that. We got pint glasses. We've got mugs. Who doesn't need a mug, y'all? Come on. Come on, look at those mugs. We've got the socialism skull. Socialists always lie. Whiteness means capitalism. We got a pink one here. White equity is Marxism. Gender, that's navy. That's not black. That's navy. That's a great gift. And then we've got some regular hoodies here. And then in honor of Mitchell, I made tank tops. You can even, it's still hot out. Hot as hell. You can still get a tank top. That is all available at the Unwoke Art Store right now. Everything with this design on it, one of these designs is 10% off in the store. So you will automatically get a sale if you just buy one of these things. But if you buy over $100 or more, you will get 25% off your entire order of anything in the store, and that is only through Sunday. And that is my thank you to you for allowing me to cover the DNC and get drunk on the internet. And that's all I have for tonight. You want to get on a Zoom and drink with me? Well, you can do that. You know how you can do that is by heading over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And you can join us on our weekly Zoom calls. We do them on Mondays at 7 p.m., Wednesdays at noon. Our Monday calls are going to be coming back, y'all. Don't think I canceled them. I didn't cancel them. There was just other stuff going on. On Monday, we're going to have a call at 7 p.m. I'm so sorry I've had to cancel those calls the last couple of weeks, but we will have them. The way you get access to them is by becoming a supporter on my Substack. $8 a month, $80 a year. And you support the work I'm doing because I'm 100% grassroots funded by you, whether I'm doing a Southern accent or not. Whether we're watching Mr. Nick Fuentes or not, I am 100% funded by you because I don't support any of these shill establishment organizations. No one pays my bills except for you. What that means is that my job is to tell you the truth and to show you the receipts. I don't shill political narratives. I don't tell you what some political party or some fundraiser wants you to hear. I tell you what I think and I give you evidence and you can decide for yourself what you think. And that's what you fund when you fund my work. I will bring you the receipts. I will show you what's going on. And that's all we have for tonight, guys. The sale, Emily, is through Sunday. So you're still going to be able to get to the designs after that, but the sale isn't going to be live. So Sunday at midnight, girl. Got a couple more days to get those orders in. Anyway, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who spent the last couple days with me covering the DNC. And now I'm going to go pass out because I'm a little drunk. I don't know if you realize that, but I've had 5 beers, almost 6, and 2 vodka shots. So I'm a little drunk. I'm a little tipsy. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time without a Southern accent, probably. Though I make no guarantees. It's uncontrollable. It might come out. But I appreciate everyone spending this time with me. Thank you guys for supporting the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it. All right. That's all I've got. We'll see you soon, guys. Have a good one. Bye.